Good morning. The NHL schedule has been officially released. The Buffalo Sabres will open up the 2025-26 season on home ice against the New York Rangers on October 9th. To read more on the Sabres schedule, check out Paul Hamilton's article on our website, WGR550.com. Also yesterday, the Sabres announced they have signed forward Jake Leschyshyn to a one-year contract. He's played 77 career NHL games and recorded 6 points in those games. A former Buffalo Bill has found a new home in the NFL. Von Miller signed last night with the Washington Commanders on a one-year deal. Miller appeared in 13 games for the Bills last year, totaling 6 sacks in that time. The San Francisco 49ers signed 43rd overall pick Alfred Collins to his rookie contract last night. He signed for $10.3 million with $9 million guaranteed. That's 88% of the contract. He now becomes only the third player from the second round to sign their rookie deal. Earlier in the offseason, Jaden Higgins and Carson Swessinger signed fully guaranteed contracts that's now creating a stalemate between NFL teams and rookies looking for similar deals. However, ESPN's Adam Schefter believes that the Collins signing will trigger a chain reaction of multiple new contracts. The Open is underway at Royal Portrush this morning in Northern Ireland. And the big group of the day, Scotty Scheffler, John Rahm, and Xander Schauffele, all already teed off this morning. They're all even through 2 holes. Another big group later today, Rory McIlroy, Justin Thomas, and Tommy Fleetwood, they tee off at 10:10. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
WGR Sports Radio 550.
Hey, everybody. Happy Thursday. Jeremy and Joe's off today and tomorrow. Rolling solo with you, but I've got Owen Power. Almost called you Owen Power. Owen Parker. There you go. Owen Power's here today. That'd be different. Owen Parker's here today. Josh Schmidt as well. Good morning. I said something to these two right before the show started, and you two can decide what it means about me. I said, as I sat in the studio, I don't know how to turn the television on in here, which I don't think that's because I'm old and technologically illiterate or anything like that. It's just that someone else always turns it on, and it might be not frequent that we need the television on, right? How often are there sporting events this early in the morning?
Like never.
Right. And we have the Open Championship. So now I have one of the 7 days of the year where having it on would be worth having it on. And I don't know how to turn it on.
To be fair, we also have like 6 remotes in there.
That's part of the problem. It's kind of like when you go to, well, we went to a Airbnb this weekend or like a vacation rental home, and you get to somebody else's house and there are 7 remotes laid out. And you think, you know what? I'm just not even going to turn it on. I'm not going to try. Pick up every single remote, on, off, on, off. Yeah, there's 7 remotes in here. What are the extra 6 doing? Does anybody know?
And I don't think I've ever seen anyone turn the TV on using a remote. I've only ever seen people touching the physical TV.
Yeah, so I got to get up and do it. Is that the ruling here? If I want to watch the Open Championship, I guess I could stream it on my computer. But I already tried to log into the Open Championship website to kind of get a look at that, and it wants me to sign in. Like, oh man, so I have to give the Open Championship some of my personal information in order to stream it. Maybe I don't want to do that. Maybe I just want to turn on this television, which means I've got to play television remote roulette. Which one's going to be the one?
That's not a fun game.
I don't know which one's the one. You do know how to turn it on? Josh, is your answer to go up and press the button on the side of it?
Well, yes.
All right, then in that case, I do know how to turn on the television.
With this specific sporting event, you're going to have to stream it. So you got to switch the sources and find the right remote to turn on the right source and all that other.
We have a stream. Here's another question. I apologize for not knowing this. I've worked here for a long time and sat in this chair for a long time. We have a streaming package in this room. What we're watching here is streaming and not just like
no. Usually it's like the normal like television, cable, whatever. But like there is a streaming stick in there.
Okay.
So
isn't it like Joe's mom's Fire Stick or something. I've heard that's like where that
All right.
stick came
All
from.
of a sudden, it is becoming more and more reasonable that I don't know how to turn things on in streams.
Exactly.
We don't even know how we're getting the stream here. We think it's Joe's mom's Fire Stick.
I could be standing on the roof with an antenna in
Right.
10 minutes if this keeps going the way it's going.
Okay. Well, the Open Championship's underway. I will turn it on. It's Royal Portrush, and I saw Mickelson already chipped in for a par out of a bunker. Looked pretty cool. These courses are always fun to look at, right? Sometimes you want them to have big pot bunkers. Sometimes it's about crazy fescue. Other times, there's not a lot of trees usually. That's what you're looking at, not a lot of trees. And golf as it was meant to be played, that kind of thing. I had a thought today, maybe we won't spend too much time with this, but I did have a thought today as we get ready for the fourth major of the year, which is underway, to ask people that have made the golf pilgrimage like that, how you pulled it off, where it was. Does it matter if you play one of the big ones? I played a course over there when I was 22, a long, long time ago. My whole family went over to Ireland for, one of those trips where your family goes over and meets we have family in Ireland that we met, and rented golf clubs and played Portmarnock golf links or something like that. Played a course over there and rented clubs. And, this the kind of thing where you just go with your uncle when you're 22 and whack it around. It's not like I was taking golf as seriously as I do now that I take it that seriously. But I did play a course in Ireland, but I don't really think it, to me, registers as I went over there and played one of these rounds, one of these bucket list trips. I mean, if you follow Nate Geary from the station on social media, he's been in North Carolina, Tobacco Road for the last, month and a half, playing every course down there like he does all the time. These pilgrimages to St. Andrews, how do you do that? Is it weird that I want to ask that? If you're listening and you've done that, how do you pull that off?
Is it like a travel agency thing?
That's
or like,
right. Don't you have to win a lottery?
Right.
Can you just go and play any old course over there? Is it like it is around here where if there's a resort that's stay and play, you call them? Something about it being over there makes it feel like it's not as attainable as it is here.
But I think there's also a part of it that over there it's so much more of a community golf, and it's less, I think, uppity than it is here. It's a little more
And like the nicer courses?
Yeah, still. Like they just, I think it's more of an available thing to the community over there. So
Yeah.
I don't think they have the same level of like private, you need to know a guy to get on this course. Cost is also a
right.
factor.
Right. I just went on a trip to Boston and played a couple courses that you can only play if you know somebody that knows somebody.
Right.
And that was amazing. I'm sure it's much easier to get on some of these courses over in the UK, and yet the whole thing to me seems kind of, wow, that's a pretty big trip. That's elaborate. I've been to London. I've been to Europe 4 times and only played golf the first time again, where I kind of feel like it didn't count. So if you've done that, fire me an email, or if you want to give me a call, 803-0550. It's just me today and these two guys, and we'll chat about things. But the whole thing about playing over there, it seems awesome, and it seems worth it, and it seems bucket list-ish, but it also, on some level, seems like it's a lift. And I might be wrong about that. I might have that backwards, that actually it's much easier to do over there. So anyway, 803-0550 is the phone number. We'll, of course, keep you updated on the scores and how things are going at the Open Championship. Brian Koziel will join us at 6:30 today. He of Tee to Green. We could talk a little Sabres, too, with him if we ultimately get to it. The Sabres released their schedule yesterday, so we can talk about that with Brian, but mainly it'll be the Open Championship. That's coming up at 6:30. Also on the way today, Chad DeDominicis of Expected Buffalo. He of the extensive, intensive Buffalo Sabres analysis. I wanted to get him on to talk about the Byram contract, whether or not he's still going to be here, even though he did sign. There was a report yesterday from Jeff Merrick, Elliot Friedman, about the idea that, well, actually, just because he signed doesn't mean he's going to be there. Okay, so that might not be done. I want to talk to Chad about the good and the bad, why it makes sense to keep him, why it might make sense to still move on. So Chad's on the way at 7 o'clock, and then at 9 o'clock, former Bills offensive lineman Jerry Ostrowski, buddy of mine that I do another show with, talking to him about training camp and the Bills offensive line starting to get the love it deserves. Not on the NFL Top 100 list, but Brandon Thorne, who does a lot of offensive line breakdowns, has put both Bills tackles in his top 5. So Deion Dawkins, the third best left tackle, and Spencer Brown, the third best right tackle in the league. So we'll talk to Jerry about that. I also want to get his thoughts on, day in the life at training camp as these players are 6 days away. On the training camp front, we are 6 days from the first practice. Rookies have reported, and overnight there was, I want to say, a crack in the dam, a breach in the levee, whatever you want to say about all these 30 out of 32 second-round picks unsigned, and the sticking point being what percentage of their contract is guaranteed. Second-round picks are kind of fighting here for fully guaranteed contracts. First-round picks have that. The Browns and the Texans signed the first 2 picks of the second round to fully guaranteed contracts, and then everything got stuck, and nobody moved. Well, there's a move. It comes in at the 43rd overall pick, and I am ready to predict that what this ultimately does is gets everything done. I would bet dollars to donuts that TJ Sanders is going to be at the first practice, that all of these second-round picks, almost all of them, will get this thing done quickly. And if they're not signed, I bet they all report. Because what happened late last night was the Niners and their second-round pick, Alfred Collins, agreed to terms. What did they do? They agreed to terms, and he got 88% of his contract guaranteed. So I've got the 34th pick at 100% guaranteed, the 43rd pick at 88% guaranteed, and not to get too far in the weeds on contract numbers and all this kind of stuff. The sticking point has been what percentage of the deal is going to be guaranteed. And we wondered, who's up next? Nick Emenwari. Is he going to blink and not take 100, and he'll take 98, 96, and 94, and 90, on down the line like knocking down dominoes? Well, instead what happened was one of the dominoes in the middle tilted. And if it's up to me to kind of make the analogy, it's like it tipped both ways. Bill's second-round pick, TJ Sanders, was taken 2 picks before this. So some really rough math on that would be that Sanders and his second-round pick contract with the Bills is likely to come in between 100 and 88% guaranteed. And when you kind of slice it down to that, I've got 7 or 8 players to split a 12. I feel like it'll get done. I feel like it'll get done quickly. I've got 6 days for all these picks. Collins was the first. He agrees to a deal that's worth what it would have been worth. Like the total money in these deals, that's already pretty much established. It's just a matter of how much of it's going to be guaranteed. And for Collins, it's 10.3 total, and 9.2 of it or whatever was guaranteed. So if I'm the Bills, I have the opportunity now to just move on TJ Sanders and say, like, all right, 88 for that guy. You were taking 2 picks ahead of him. How about 91% guaranteed? Boom, let's sign it. Now, maybe there's still a standoff, but the whole thing to me looks like it's another example of the NFL and these little mini controversies we get to that bubble up and just go away. That collusion story in the league has, of course, been worth checking in on. The owners and the PA and how they might have wanted the Barry report because they're working together and there's collusion. And I mean, that thing gets messy. But this one is easy. This one is in the CBA, in the structure of the CBA, how much you pay draft picks and just fighting for a little bit more of the money guaranteed. It's not been a huge fight yet. Nobody's actually missed camp. Trey Harris didn't report, but that's just rookies. Again, like most of these teams, it's about rookies reporting, not even full practices. So Chargers rookie Trey Harris, he had to be the first one to not report, and now he has an opportunity to report. Just to give you the other side of it, mentioned that Alfred Collins is the 43rd pick, and he signed. Well, Trey Harris, you go down where he is on this board in terms of who's going to sign, who's not going to sign. Trey Harris comes in after Collins. So, he's 55th. All right, so he's going to get less than 88%. They'll just knock down the dominoes. So I guess that's good news. If you were worried about that, I could tell you I think a good bet would be to not worry about it. And as we approach this Bills camp, we're 6 days away from the first practice. It really feels like it's just cool as a cucumber for everybody around here. I almost want to say that Bills fans have, when it comes to camp and the regular season and the big things to watch, such a calm level of, hey, everything's going to be just fine. no matter what. In Josh, we trust, right? I know there are a bunch of pieces to the defense, and Bosa and Ogunjobi and Hoyt all have their issues when they can actually contribute. And now I've got this Sanders thing. I think that'll be done. And now I've got Landon Jackson on PUP, and whatever, it'll be fine. You got month plus, 2 months till the season starts. And then once I'm there, we're waiting until January anyway. We're waiting to see what this team looks like at the end of the season, not necessarily at the beginning of the season. We've kind of seen it all. We've seen them have a slow start where they're 6-6 and fire a coordinator and win 5 in a row and go to the playoffs. We've seen them dominate start to finish. We've seen them win the division in November, basically. We've seen them cruise. And it feels like it's another season that's kind of set up like that, which, there's some teams out there that are going to be locked in and breathlessly watching every single thing. For Bills fans, I think it's kind of, all right, let's see how it goes. Is Bosa healthy? Is Hairston going to win a starting job? These biggest questions at camp, a lot of the potential biggest questions kind of got put to bed. The biggest one might have been James Cook, and I don't hear a lot on that front. He showed up to mandatory minicamp, so why wouldn't I expect him to show up to training camp and participate and be a part of it? I guess it could happen that he's not participating 100%, but the whole thing is kind of, here we go. Fire it up. Let's watch Josh Allen throw some sweet touchdown passes and see if he can put up monster numbers and everybody eats. Go win 12 games. Go win, 15? What's the number everybody's ready to sign up for? 14? The schedule looks great. It's a high mark season send-off with a couple of tough games. All their tough games, on paper right now, all their tough games are from home, or at home, rather. So everything's set up. I guess this is the year that we start talking 1 seed again right off the jump. I don't know how often we've done that. Last year they lose 2 games early on, and it kind of put them in a chase position. It's Baltimore and Houston. They lose those 2 games. There'd have been doubts about them a little bit, how good they could be because of all the transition. Not many people around here thought they'd be bad, but we thought there might be some rocky parts, and there were. And the 1 seed race last year was a chase the whole way, and the Chiefs were pretty much out in front the whole time. They were undefeated until they played the Bills, and that kept the race alive, and then the Bills lost almost immediately afterwards, and the race was kind of over. We hoped it could stay close, but it didn't. And this year, I guess that's the best we've got, is the 1 seed race, and how important that is, which years past, I've felt like not that important. I know that's kind of counterintuitive. I know that bye is important, but road teams win all the time in the playoffs. It's not like it used to be, so I wouldn't worry so much. But when you're at the starting position and everybody's in the same starting blocks, and there's a first round bye on the line, and only one team gets that seems significant. That said, what did Detroit do with it last year? They went out and lost their first playoff game. They got bounced, which is that would be a shocking kind of result for any 1 seed. So if you have a thought on the 1 seed, you have a thought on camp and your general comfort with the season, give me a ring, 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Yesterday I had a caller expressing these big concerns about the defense because of turnovers and the inability for the Bills to maybe sustain their turnover numbers, which they've done over the years. And I don't know, I maybe it's because I often don't have big concerns about the defense, even when it is not great. But this season, they've just added so many pieces and so many potential reinforcements that I'm bullish on them getting better. And we actually had one, speaking of dominoes, we had one more domino fall overnight as well. A point I like to make is that 3 guys the Bills were counting on last year that played pretty big roles for them were not in the league. I mean, they were in the league looking for jobs. Rasul Douglas, Amari Cooper, and Von. And last night, Von signed. So Von Miller is signed with the Washington Commanders. So, all right, tick off 1. Von Miller signs in Washington. He's got his next team. He's got another opportunity here. He is joining a competitor, which I don't know how many options he had or if he's trying to chase a Super Bowl ring, but Von signs with another competitor. He went from winning a Super Bowl with the Rams to signing with the Bills to try to win to now getting on to the Commanders. And they'll be competitive, no doubt about it. They had a great season last year, kind of bubbling up all the way to the NFC Championship game. In looking for like the Von numbers, I found a clip that said Von Miller's 2024 highlights and thought to myself, how many of those will there be? He played limited minutes. People don't think of him as a big-time difference maker for them, but he did lead them in pass rush win rate. He's got a couple speed rush. He might have some good speed rush years left. I thought he was serviceable. I made a case to bring him back if they could do the numbers well enough, but they didn't. They decided to get younger, and I think that's probably the right thing to do. So anyway, Von catches on. He's got his next assignment, trying to win a ring with the Washington Commanders. So is there any sort of what they could have done instead of Von kind of feeling out there? A famous Sabres conversation like that lives forever is like, what if you had taken the 4 first-round picks instead of paying Thomas Vanek? Is there any, what if you'd spent $120 million on something else? Not that that's what they ultimately paid, but I mean, they paid Von quite a bit, and they did not get a return on what they paid just because of injuries. He got dinged. He tore his ACL, and that was pretty much it. Right off the bat, it looked great. Right off the bat, they looked like the best team in football, and their defense was closing the door and getting the job done, and the injury kind of took that out for a full year and a half plus. I don't know what else they would have done, but that's a big chunk of change that, in some, if you could undo it and see what else might have happened, who knows? Who knows where they would have spent it? Anyway, 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Yesterday, of course, was Give 716 Day. Thank you to everybody that donated and had an opportunity to take part in Give 716 Day. The final number, money raised for the 716, $1.4+ million. And we had a great event out at the BFLO store on 716 Day. Yesterday, Alec Anderson was there. Greg Rousseau showed up as well. He had a meet and greet there at the BFLO store on Give 716 Day. And lots of people showed out to donate money, to donate to all these charities, to raise a lot of money. So if you did, thank you. And, of course, congratulations to everybody putting together the community effort to get 1.4 plus. I know I heard on Sabres Live the goal was $1.4 million, and they got over 1.4. So mission accomplished, goal reached, and a great day for those of us that like to chip in and help these local communities, local charities in this community. Give 716 Day. It was great. It was great. Meanwhile, 803-0550, the phone number, and 1-888-550-2550. It is a Thursday. It's going to get windy today. It's going to maybe rain today, some rain, some thunderstorms. The humidity that's been stuck in the air for a month feels like a month. That might break today. You might get a break today as we're expecting some wind. So some wind, some cooler temperatures, and maybe some relief. That's what's on the way today. I went out this morning and covered a bunch of stuff because I felt like it was going to rain. And every single time I've checked to see if it's going to rain, I have to clean up the backyard in the last 2 weeks. The answer's been kind of no. And today I feel like the answer was yes. So plan accordingly. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Brian Koziel on the other side on the Open Championship. We got a fundraiser he's a part of to tell you about as well. And thanks again, the 5th annual Give 716 Day, $1.4 million, spearheaded, of course, by the Bills and the Sabres and the Bandits and all the things that they gave away, all the incentives. It goes a long way. Listening to One Bills Live, Chris Brown, Steve Tasker talking about the individual charities you can learn about. That's one thing that day actually does. You get to find all these causes in the community and the ways that they can help people. And it's a great day to raise money for some of the organizations you don't know about. It's a great chance to learn about some of these things. And fundraising for the smaller stuff, I always like to make a point that fundraising for the smaller charities, the smaller organizations that don't have, massive resources, like that's a day that makes a big difference. So 1.4 raised and the money to be, put to good use. 803-0550 on the Open Championship. When we return, Brian Koziel joins us. Stay tuned and join us if you'd like. 803-0550 on WGR. on the training camp front, we are 6 days from the first practice. Rookies have reported, and overnight there was, I want to say, a crack in the dam, a breach in the levee, whatever you want to say about all these 30 out of 32 second-round picks unsigned, and the sticking point being what percentage of their contract is guaranteed. Second-round picks are kind of fighting here for fully guaranteed contracts. First-round picks have that. The Browns and the Texans signed the first 2 picks of the second round to fully guaranteed contracts, and then everything got stuck, and nobody moved. Well, there's a move. It comes in at the 43rd overall pick, and I am ready to predict that what this ultimately does is gets everything done. I would bet dollars to donuts that TJ Sanders is going to be at the first practice, that all of these second-round picks, almost all of them, will get this thing done quickly. And if they're not signed, I bet they all report. Because what happened late last night was the Niners and their second-round pick, Alfred Collins, agreed to terms. What did they do? They agreed to terms, and he got 88% of his contract guaranteed. So I've got the 34th pick at 100% guaranteed, the 43rd pick at 88% guaranteed, and not to get too far in the weeds on contract numbers and all this kind of stuff. The sticking point has been what percentage of the deal is going to be guaranteed. And we wondered, who's up next? Nick Emenwardy. Is he going to blink and not take 100, and he'll take 98, 96, and 94, and 90, on down the line like knocking down dominoes? Well, instead what happened was one of the dominoes in the middle tilted. And if it's up to me to kind of make the analogy, it's like it tipped both ways. Bill's second-round pick, TJ Sanders, was taken 2 picks before this. So some really rough math on that would be that Sanders and his second-round pick contract with the Bills is likely to come in between 100 and 88% guaranteed. And when you kind of slice it down to that, I've got 7 or 8 players to split a 12. I feel like it'll get done. But the whole thing is kind of, here we go. Fire it up. Let's watch Josh Allen throw some sweet touchdown passes and see if he can put up monster numbers, and everybody eats. Go win 12 games. Go win, 15? What's the number everybody's ready to sign up for? 14? The schedule looks great. It's a high mark season send-off with a couple of tough games. All their tough games on paper right now, all their tough games are from home, or at home rather. So everything's set up. I guess this is the year that we start talking 1 seed again right off the jump. I don't know how often we've done that. Last year they lose 2 games early on, and it kind of put them in a chase position. It's Baltimore and Houston. They lose those 2 games. There'd have been doubts about them a little bit, how good they could be because of all the transition. Not many people around here thought they'd be bad, but we thought there might be some rocky parts, and there were. And the 1 seed race last year was a chase the whole way, and the Chiefs were pretty much out in front the whole time. They were undefeated until they played the Bills, and that kept the race alive, and then the Bills lost almost immediately afterwards, and the race was kind of over. We hoped it could stay close, but it didn't. And this year, I guess that's the best we've got, is the 1 seed race and how important that is, which years past I've felt like not that important. I know that's kind of counterintuitive. I know that bye is important, but road teams win all the time in the playoffs. It's not like it used to be, so I wouldn't worry so much. But when you're at the starting position and everybody's in the same starting blocks and there's a first-round bye on the line and only one team gets that seems significant. That said, what did Detroit do with it last year? They went out and lost their first playoff game. They got bounced, which is, that would be a shocking kind of result for any 1 seed. So if you have a thought on the 1 seed, you have a thought on, camp and your general comfort with the season, give me a ring, 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550.
Good morning. The NHL schedule was released yesterday. The Buffalo Sabres will open up the 2025-26 season on home ice against the New York Rangers on October 9th. To read more on the schedule, check out Paul Hamilton's article on our website, WGR550.com. A former Buffalo Bill has found a new home in the NFL. Von Miller signed last night with the Washington Commanders on a one-year deal. Miller appeared in 13 games last year for the Bills, totaling 6 sacks in that time. The 49ers signed 43rd overall pick Alfred Collins to a rookie contract last night. He signed for roughly $10.3 million with an 88% guarantee on that contract. Jaden Higgins and Carson Schlesinger signed fully guaranteed contracts earlier this offseason. That's been creating a stalemate between NFL teams and rookies looking for similar deals in the second round. However, ESPN's Adam Schefter believes that Collins' signing will trigger a chain reaction of multiple new contracts. The Open is underway at Royal Portrush in Northern Ireland this morning. Current leader Jacob Skov-Olesen, he is 5 under through 15 holes. Scotty Scheffler's already teed off this morning along with Colin Morikawa and Shane Lowry. Scheffler and Lowry are 1 under through 3, while Morikawa is 1 over. Another big group today, Rory McIlroy, Justin Thomas, and Tommy Fleetwood all tee off at 10:10. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
The Open Championship. Big thanks to Josh, who came in here and turned on the TV. Hey, Brian, good morning. I told these guys I did not know how to turn on the television in the studio. If that's embarrassing, I don't know. But Josh turned it on, so I've got the Open Championship. I'm ready to rock.
Is Joe that important to the show?
He is the one who turns the television on, yeah. But also, how often are we up watching stuff that's live sports? It's the Olympics if they're in, Asia or something. It's, I don't know, is that it? It really might be the World Cup if it's early. The Olympics, the Winter Olympics. I feel like I've watched a hockey game here in the morning. It's not a lot, but the Open Championship is one of them. The Open Championship, the British Open, however you want to call it, even though it's in Northern Ireland. Brian Koziel, Tee to Green, and Sabres post-game and intermission host as well, joining us on the Worcester Hotline. All right, Brian, so this tournament, the Open Championship, of course, it's the final major of the year, and it's different from the rest. What can you tell us about Portrush? Like, what should people know about this course that maybe gives it an identity away from the other courses that are over there? All I know about it is that Rory was thought to be a favorite going into this because he wins the Masters, and everyone thought, the major's set up really well for Rory. He knows that course well. He loves that course. So what is it, a big hitters course? Is that the thing?
This one is Northern Ireland, and it hosted in 1951, and then it disappeared, essentially. They never went back there. They did a major renovation, and then in 2019, it came back, and that's, the tournament you're mentioning when it comes back, and Rory is the predominant favorite, and he discussed this week how he didn't handle that week well. He said there was so much attention, so much good and bad. He's like, he had commitments and media requests, and everybody wanted a piece of Rory. And he said the fans were, just wanted to embrace him. And he said there were so many people there that were supportive of him throughout his time growing up as a child and his, young golf career and going through it. But he said he tried to kind of put blinders on and tried to kind of play within himself. And he said he just did not handle it well. If you remember from that first day, actually, from 2019, and if people do remember, good memory here, he hit his first tee shot on the first hole out of bounds and ended up shooting a 79 on the first day. And just, it was an awful day for him coming home to where he thought, was going to be like the storybook day. And then the next day he shoots 65 and has the crowd like rallying behind him to try to make the cut. He ended up missing the cut by one shot. So he said, look, this time around, he goes, I definitely am going to try to handle this in a different way. He's like, I'm 6 more years mature in. He goes, I understand there's a lot of people that really are pulling for me and supporting me. And he said, I wouldn't be here without them. So he's like, I'm going to embrace it this year, take it in. And he's like, hopefully acknowledge everything that is great about being back home. So he's essentially trying to maybe do what we didn't see from the first time, which is try to maybe acknowledge the galleries and do that extra interview and sign that extra autograph and do those extra things that he said hopefully will put him in a good mindset, and we'll see how it goes. Because coming home here, he definitely is one of the favorites. But this course, definitely in terms of what you see on TV, it's going to be a little bit more, I would say, space in between holes. There's a little bit more bigger hitters course. Most of these open rota courses, the shorter hitter can kind of be more in play. But because of the renovations, they made it a little bit longer than some of the rest of them. And it's the fewest bunkers. Okay. Of any of the course in the open rota. So we know that bunkers in this particular tournament a little bit more penalizing than the ones that are in the United States, because the pot bunkers, and they're meant to be penalizing. So, but not as many as normal, but when they are, there'll still be something that the players are going to have to deal with.
Brian Koziel on the Open Championship. You're talking about players trying to take it in. We saw Scheffler this week talk about golf and how it might be kind of somewhat unfulfilling to win. Here's Rory, who appears to be in some sort of personal, I don't know, he won the Masters and he seems miserable on some level, right? Like there's a little bit of a, I don't know, the soul of golf isn't having all that much fun. And I don't know if you have an explanation for that, but it kind of feels like that's where we are right now.
Yeah, we actually, yesterday, when I was doing the Bet Pick 10 with Mike and Chris, we were talking about it a little too. It's a sport where 150 or so guys go out and play and only one wins. So in some sense, they're like, you're setting yourself up to maybe be disappointed every single time you go out and play. And, I guess when you're at that level, what did Tiger always say about, I'm only here to win. I'm not here to finish second. I'm not here to do anything else. Like, how do you train your brain to understand that you are going into a tournament? And, obviously maybe Scheffler and Tiger had different odds, but in general, one out of 150, you're like, a less than 1% chance of maybe being happy at the end of this week. Like, how do you deal with that mentally? I give golfers and, tennis players credit. You're going into these events where, again, it's 1 of 100, and like there's only going to be one winner at the end. It's not team sports. Somebody's going to win every game, and it's either one or the other. And when you're playing 82 games a season, like in hockey, or 100 and whatever in baseball, like you're gonna, even the best teams lose 60 times. But the golfers, obviously, for the most part, seemingly have a bigger challenge. Yeah, Scheffler, that conversation this week about saying it's enjoyable for about 2 minutes, and then he's kind of worrying about what's next in his life and all that sort of stuff. I mean, interesting perspective. I would think that maybe as he steps away from it more, or as time goes on, that he'll appreciate it more. But it's got to be also too some of the things in the moment. Like, there's so many commitments when you're a winner that maybe it feels at times like it can be a hassle when you want to maybe just sit back and enjoy it. Yeah. So I guess I get a little bit of what he's saying, but I guess add it to the long list of things that are mentally challenging about this sport. That you and I play it for fun as amateurs, and we have our good days and our bad days, and it's still sometimes like I have to sometimes out on the golf course be like, Brian, don't be so hard on yourself. Like, yeah. Literally, the only and it's a good ego check, I think, for all of us. Like, Brian, the only one who really cares about what the score is you. So if you don't let it bother you, then right. It's okay, kind of thing. But there's so much personal pride, I feel like, sometimes when we play, and I think it's okay to have that. Sometimes it can be tough when you're playing. I get it.
When it comes to your picks here, you mentioned you and Joe and the Bulldog do your picks. Who do you like in this? I mean, Scheffler's the favorite. He's never finished top 5 at an Open Championship, but this course might set up a little better for him to do that. I know, like, strokes gained, he's been the best, and there's a good reason he's the favorite. Anybody else you like here? Fleetwood to kind of come back from his collapse a couple weeks ago. Who's on the short list of guys you like to win it?
Yeah, Fleetwood would be a great story. I think, still looking for that elusive PGA Tour win. This would count as one. The 2 weeks ago, he didn't handle the final stretch very well at all. Ended up with Keegan Bradley coming back to win. But, I mean, that would be a great story if so. There's a couple of players that I feel like are trending well, that are playing well, that I feel like, would play this course well just because of their background. Matthew Fitzpatrick's been playing great over the last month. He had a top 5 finish last week at the Scottish Open. Sepp Straka I like a lot this week. He's won twice this year on tour. He had been kind of a DP Tour World European Tour player for most of his career, but he's been starting to play the PGA Tour now regularly because of his success. Austrian player, he's 50-1. I like that quite a bit. And a couple more bigger names, I guess, that we always see in contention in these tournaments. Hatton is a guy that's still been playing well. Even Hatton on Live has been playing great lately. And Ludwig Oberg last week had another top 10 finish at the Scottish Open. His game's been trending well. We know talent-wise, we've been keeping an eye on him of like, hey, when he's going to break through and win a major. So those are some of the names maybe I think to think about beyond the big dogs here. Schauffele, of course, the defending champion, he seems to be in kind of that mindset to play a course like this really, really well. So putting this week for Scheffler, we know putting is always a stat to watch because a lot of times he putts below average and still wins. The greens this week are very slow in comparison to what the PGA Tour normally does. So I don't know if that's going to help Scheffler or hurt him more, or maybe, just give him a little different mindset of like, hey, these greens are totally different here. Let's see if I can handle something different. So that'll be something to watch because the greens are definitely slower. Just watching some of the early coverage that I've seen so far, maybe it'll allow Scheffler to be a little bit more aggressive on the greens and give him a little different outcome to some of these other tournaments where he has been struggling with the putter.
I did see. I read an article about like this tournament and what it represents and how maybe it was Scheffler actually had quotes in there from him, how if there's one thing that does set the Open Championship apart from the others, it's that this kind of course you have to play a lot more shots. He says, when you're playing at the U.S. Open or you're playing at Augusta, you see your ball, you bring one club over there, you know what you're going to hit. And then in a tournament like this, he might bring 5 clubs over because there's a lot of different ways to play the same shot, and that's not always the case in the other tournaments, the other majors, and here in the U.S.
Yeah, I think it's fun that it allows for creativity, and the land obviously is a piece of the decision making that goes into how to hit these kind of shots. And I think that's why typically you see some of the American players struggle to make that transition. I mean, Phil Mickelson was a great example of that. He for years tried to come over and just play his one style of golf, which for a lot of us, we knew he was the wedge master. He would throw it up in the air and do all sorts of things, and it never worked. And then suddenly he had that change of mindset of realizing, like, look, I gotta stop trying to play, the square hole peg into the circle space, mentality. Like I got to adjust to the course here, and he started to get creative and started to hit more different kinds of shots. We know Tiger won that one year without even hitting a driver the whole time. So different mentality. I think that DeChambeau is a guy I'm not picking this week because I still think he plays it only his one way. He struggles with his irons. You need to be more creative and hit different kind of shots. I think that's what's cool about this tournament. I mean, we get to see guys try all sorts of different things, especially on their approach shots, with hitting different kind of clubs and different kind of trajectories, and even putting from 50 yards off the green. I think that's something that you definitely get, which is a unique feel that we don't get in the courses in the United States.
Watching John Rahm putt for birdie right now. Would be nice to see Rambo back to some degree. He was in a tournament a couple months ago, finished in second, but he has made his birdie putt. So John Rahm goes to 1 under through 6. Brian, thank you. What's go ahead?
Yep, I was going to say I'll ask you this because I had trouble asking. Somebody asked me if the PGA Tour could take one player back,
Rahm,
just to help. Would it be Rahm or would it be DeChambeau?
It's a tough one because DeChambeau has become
I said that was tough.
That is tough.
I know.
I'll take DeChambeau. It's a really tough one. If you take one back.
I think I said Rom right away, too. Just like you, it's funny you answered it just exactly how I did it, and then they're like, not Bryson, and I was like, ooh,
yeah.
I don't know. I think those two have equal status of power, maybe of.
Yeah, that's a good question. I think those are the two you want, and past that, like maybe I don't know Cam Smith, but nah, it would be Rom and be DeChambeau. Thanks, Brian. Enjoy the Open. Where are you guys for Tee to Green this week?
Okay. We are at Niagara Falls Country Club. It's going to be in front of the final round of the Porter Cup, which started today. And if you can give me 30 seconds on that. Yesterday was round 1, and it's free admission. It's some of the best college players across the country and top amateur players, including Anthony Santi, Western New York native, who's the reigning now New York State men's amateur champion. Tee time started 7:30 this morning. They run all the way through after 1 o'clock this afternoon, but it's free admission. You can go up and get nice and close and watch some of the best college players in the world. Tiger Woods has played in this. We mentioned Phil Mickelson. He's played in this. Some of these players that are playing here right now have played in this event, like Justin Thomas, Ricky Fowler, Brooks Koepka. All these guys have played in this event. So, if you're looking to go watch some good amateur golf, and now that the weather is going to be a little nicer here these next few days, it's free. It's up in Lewiston at Niagara Falls Country Club, and portercup.com if you want any of the tee time information.
Very good. Thanks, Brian.
Okay. Thanks so much, Jeremy. Talk to you later.
Brian Koziel on the Western Hotline. The Open Championship is upon us. 803-0550 and 1-888-552-550. Chad Edelman says 7 o'clock on the Sabres and Bo Byram, what to do here, whether or not they're going to trade Matthias Samuelsson. We have a Sabres schedule out. Heard something from Paul yesterday I wanted to get to about the NHL and something they're moving to with their schedule, how they have an idea of a kind of league they want to be. I'll get you that as well. All coming up here on WGR. And as we approach this Bills camp, we're 6 days away from the first practice. It really feels like it's just cool as a cucumber for everybody around here. I almost want to say that Bills fans have, when it comes to camp and the regular season and the big things to watch, such a calm level of, hey, everything's going to be just fine, no matter what. In Josh, we trust, right? I know there are a bunch of pieces to the defense, and Bosa and Ogunjobi and Hoyt all have their issues when they can actually contribute. And now I've got this Sanders thing. I think that'll be done. And now I've got Landon Jackson on PUP, and whatever, it'll be fine. You got month plus, 2 months till the season starts. And then once I'm there, we're waiting until January anyway. We're waiting to see what this team looks like at the end of the season, not necessarily at the beginning of the season. We've kind of seen it all. We've seen them have a slow start where they're 6-6 and fire a coordinator and win 5 in a row and go to the playoffs. We've seen them dominate start to finish. We've seen them win the division in November, basically. We've seen them cruise. And it feels like it's another season that's kind of set up like that, which, there's some teams out there that are going to be locked in and breathlessly watching every single thing. For Bills fans, I think it's kind of, all right, let's see how it goes. Is Bosa healthy? Is Hairston going to win a starting job? These biggest questions at camp, a lot of the potential biggest questions kind of got put to bed. The biggest one might have been James Cook, and I don't hear a lot on that front. He showed up to mandatory minicamp, so why wouldn't I expect him to show up to training camp and participate and be a part of it? I guess it could happen that he's not participating 100%. But the whole thing is kind of, here we go. Fire it up. Let's watch Josh Allen throw some sweet touchdown passes and see if he can put up monster numbers and everybody eats. Go win 12 games. Go win, 15. On the training camp front, we are 6 days from the first practice. Rookies have reported, and overnight there was, I want to say, a crack in the dam, a breach in the levee, whatever you want to say about all these 30 out of 32 second-round picks unsigned, and the sticking point being what percentage of their contract is guaranteed. Second-round picks are kind of fighting here for fully guaranteed contracts. First-round picks have that. The Browns and the Texans signed the first 2 picks of the second round to fully guaranteed contracts, and then everything got stuck, and nobody moved. Well, there's a move. It comes in at the 43rd overall pick, and I am ready to predict that what this ultimately does is gets everything done. I would bet dollars to donuts that TJ Sanders is going to be at the first practice, that all of these second-round picks, almost all of them, will get this thing done quickly. And if they're not signed, I bet they all report. Because what happened late last night was the Niners and their second-round pick, Alfred Collins, agreed to terms. What did they do? They agreed to terms, and he got 88% of his contract guaranteed. So I've got the 34th pick at 100% guaranteed, the 43rd pick at 88% guaranteed, and not to get too far in the weeds on contract numbers and all this kind of stuff. The sticking point has been what percentage of the deal is going to be guaranteed. And we wondered, who's up next? Nick Emenwardy. Is he going to blink and not take 100, and he'll take 98, 96, and 94, and 90, on down the line like knocking down dominoes? Well, instead what happened was one of the dominoes in the middle tilted. And if it's up to me to kind of make the analogy, it's like it tipped both ways. Bill's second-round pick, TJ Sanders, was taken 2 picks before this. So some really rough math. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Joe's off today. When I was on vacation, Josh, you texted me something. You might have tweeted me something too. You texted me that you want to have a hat bracket where the 4 of us submit our favorite hats, and we have a hat off.
Oh, it's not just the 4 of us.
Oh, who's in it?
It is station-wide.
Oh, yeah. All right, a hat bracket. Well, I've got a new one today.
That's a very good hat.
I think this is the draft hat, right? The Bills draft hat.
It looks kind of
They had
familiar.
3 or 4 different options at the BFLO store, and this gray, like the 3D logo. They had a blue one. They had white and red standing buffalo. Anyway, when you said it to me, station-wide, everyone puts their 2 best hats up. I thought, all right, hat bracket. We'll do a hat bracket, and people vote on which is the best hat. How many hats do you have?
It's a great question. I would say close to 75.
Okay, I was going to say, my number is at minimum 60.
Yeah. Yeah. I've never done an actual tally, though, so I don't know. I have a whole box in my parents' basement with old hats I don't wear anymore. So, the hats I already have is probably close to 50 that I have out and wear on the regular.
Yeah. I have a lot of hats. And just the idea of, should we have our own conference tournaments where we have our own hat bracket? How are you going to pick your 2 for this station-wide hat bracket idea? Do you know your 2? Are you picking your 2 favorite, or are you picking the 2 that you think would win the bracket? Because that might not be the same.
I'm doing one of each. So I'm picking the one that I think will win, and then the one that I think will... I don't want to reveal my picks, though.
One pick with your head, one pick with your heart, basically?
Yeah. That's a pretty good way to put it.
I have no idea what I would pick. A hat bracket.
We are splitting it up into conferences. So we have the morning show conference and the afternoon show conference.
Look at this. Look at the elaborate nature.
There'll be more to come on it too. It's pretty elaborate so far. Owen and I are trying to figure out, seating and brackets and all that. Well, you gotta seed the hats together. You can't just throw them all out there.
Seeding. Wow,
Yeah.
There's seeding. What's the worst hat I have? I do have a hat that just says PGA Tour.
It's not great.
Right,
It's not great. I have a MLB All-Star Game hat from 2022 that I just found somewhere and got it for free.
I've got the Sault Ste. Marie Greyhounds hat.
That's a good hat. It's a good logo.
I got that because of Owen. Just saying, what if I put a hat in there that Owen votes against his own hats because he's voting for my hats?
Oh, that would be tough. That'd be tough.
Play the player, not the game.
You got an Ice Wolves hat? Those are better hats.
I don't. I have an Ice Wolves winter hat.
That's a good one.
It is still a hat.
It's a hat. Oh, that's true.
I didn't think
Beanies are not excluded from this.
Cowboy hats allowed in the hat bracket?
We don't need to expand this anymore. I'm already overwhelmed with my choices.
If the word hat is in the title,
now.
it's a hat.
I know.
Yeah.
I had baseball cap in my head, and now there's a whole other world unlocked.
The boss calls like, I noticed you guys, your work has really been slipping. What's going on? I'm spending all my time in this hat bracket. I got a lot of time.
Decide.
I got a lot of time. Oh, I'm really busy. All right, Chad Needham and assist of Expected Buffalo when we get back on the Bo Byram contract, 2-year for him, what it means for the Sabres, why it might work, why it might not, what their plan could be from here. I wanted to talk to the use of Byram, whether or not he's good, how he can be used in the right ways. He's a one-dimensional, finger quotes, kind of defenseman, and they have, instead of trading him, signed him to a 2-year extension. So we'll get Chad's thoughts on that and their offseason as it's gone so far. It's coming up, 803-0550 here on WGR. Brian Koziel on the Open Championship. You're talking about players trying to take it in. We saw Scheffler this week talk about golf and how it might be kind of somewhat unfulfilling to win. Here's Rory, who appears to be in some sort of personal, I don't know, he won the Masters and he seems miserable on some level, right? Like there's a little bit of a, I don't know, the soul of golf isn't having all that much fun. And I don't know if you have an explanation for that, but it kind of feels like that's where we are right now.
Yeah, we actually yesterday when I was doing the bet pick 10 with Mike and Chris, we were talking about it a little too. It's a sport where 150 or so guys go out and play and only one wins. So in some sense, they're like you're setting yourself up to maybe be disappointed every single time you go out and play. And I guess when you're at that level, what did Tiger always say about, I'm only here to win. I'm not here to finish second. I'm not here to do anything else. Like, how do you train your brain to understand that you are going into a tournament and, obviously maybe Scheffler and Tiger had a different odds, but in general, one out of 150, you're like, a less than 1% chance of maybe being happy at the end of this week. Like, how do you deal with that mentally? I give golfers and, tennis players credit. You're going into these events where, again, it's 1 of 100 and like there's only going to be one winner at the end. It's not team sports. Somebody's going to win every game and it's either one or the other. And when you're playing 82 games a season, like in hockey, or 100 and whatever in baseball, like you're gonna, even the best teams lose 60 times. But the golfers, obviously, for the most part, seemingly have a bigger challenge. Yeah, Scheffler, that conversation this week about saying it's enjoyable for about 2 minutes, and then he's kind of worrying about what's next in his life and all that sort of stuff. I mean, interesting perspective. I would think that maybe as he steps away from it more, or as time goes on, that he'll appreciate it more. But it's got to be also too some of the things in the moment. Like there's so many commitments when you're a winner that maybe it feels at times like it can be a hassle when you want to maybe just sit back and enjoy it. Yeah. So I guess I get a little bit of what he's saying, but. I guess add it to the long list of things that are mentally challenging about this sport. That you and I play it for fun as amateurs, and we have our good days and our bad days, and it's still sometimes like I have to sometimes out on the golf course be like, Brian, don't be so hard on yourself. Like, yeah. Literally, the only and it's a good ego check I think for all of us. Like, Brian, the only one who really cares about what the score is you. So if you don't let it bother you, then it's okay.
And as we approach this Bills camp, we're 6 days away from the first practice. It really feels like it's just cool as a cucumber for everybody around here. I almost want to say that Bills fans have, when it comes to camp and the regular season and the big things to watch, such a calm level of, hey, everything's going to be just fine, no matter what. In Josh, we trust, right? I know there are a bunch of pieces to the defense, and Bosa and Ogunjobi and Hoyt all have their issues when they can actually contribute. And now I've got this Sanders thing. I think that'll be done. And now I've got Landon Jackson on PUP. And whatever, it'll be fine. You got month plus, 2 months till the season starts. And then once I'm there, we're waiting until January anyway. We're waiting to see what this team looks like at the end of the season, not necessarily at the beginning of the season. We've kind of seen it all. We've seen them have a slow start where they're 6-6 and fire a coordinator and win 5 in a row and go to the playoffs. We've seen them dominate start to finish. We've seen them win the division in November, basically. We've seen them cruise. And it feels like it's another season that's kind of set up like that, which, there's some teams out there that are going to be locked in and breathlessly watching every single thing. For Bills fans, I think it's kind of, all right, let's see how it goes. Is Bosa healthy? Is Hairston going to win a starting job? These biggest questions at camp, a lot of the potential biggest questions kind of got put to bed. The biggest one might have been James Cook, and I don't hear a lot on that front. He showed up to mandatory minicamp, so why wouldn't I expect him to show up to training camp and participate and be a part of it? I guess it could happen that he's not participating 100%, but the whole thing is kind of, here we go. Fire it up. Let's watch Josh Allen throw some sweet touchdown passes and see if he can put up monster numbers and everybody eats. Go win 12 games. Go win, 15?
Good morning. The NHL schedule was officially released yesterday. The Buffalo Sabres will open the 2025-26 season on home ice against the New York Rangers on October 9th. To read more on the Sabres schedule, check out Paul Hamilton's article on our website, WGR550.com. Also yesterday, the Sabres signed forward Jake Lecision to a one-year contract. He's played 77 career NHL games, recording 6 points in that time. A former Buffalo Bill has found a new home in the NFL. Von Miller signed last night with the Washington Commanders on a one-year deal. He appeared in 13 games last year for the Bills and totaled 6 sacks in that time. The San Francisco 49ers have signed 43rd overall pick Alfred Collins to his rookie contract. He signed for $10.3 million with $9 million guaranteed. Roughly 88% of that contract is now guaranteed. He now becomes only the third player from the second round to sign their rookie deal. Jaden Higgins and Carson Schlesinger being the other two. They signed fully guaranteed contracts earlier this offseason, creating a stalemate between NFL teams and rookies looking for similar deals. However, ESPN's Adam Schefter believes that the Collins contract will trigger a chain reaction of multiple new contracts. The Open is underway at Royal Portrush in Northern Ireland this morning. The current leader, Jacob Skov Olesen, he is 5 under through 17. Scotty Scheffler already teed off this morning with Colin Morikawa and Shane Lowry. Lowry leading the group through 6 holes at 2 under. Scheffler 1 under through 6, and Morikawa even through 6. Later this morning, Rory McIlroy, Justin Thomas, Tommy Fleetwood tee off at 10:10. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
We believe Bo's an excellent hockey player that can help our team win. I've maintained the same position that if there's a deal out there that makes sense for us that we think is going to improve our roster, we're open to it. But if there's not, we're not in a situation where we're looking to move him out or looking to move him for futures and stuff like that. It's just for me, we want to help our team win hockey games, and he does that. It's
Kevin Adams on Bo Byram from earlier. Byram, of course, gets a 2-year contract extension with the Sabres. Going to chat about it with Chad DiDomenicis, Expected Buffalo podcast and founder of Expected Buffalo, deep Sabres analysis. And, as we track this whole thing with Byram, we'll see if the Sabres can make it work. If in fact he is going to stay for those 2 years, though, I guess the total of the 2 years. So joining us on the Western Hotline is Chad DiDomenicis on this Thursday morning. Chad, good morning. Thanks for taking some time today. Were you shocked? I mean, if we can go back to the start of the offseason, do you end up shocked that Byram is still here and now has a 2-year extension?
Yeah, I think if you go back to like April, probably. I mean, as it went along throughout the summer, no, but definitely if I went back to where it was in April, I thought it was a foregone conclusion that he was going. But I guess, the Paterka thing changed and couldn't find something they like, and here he is for 2 more years.
Do you think the Sabres were more willing or more eager to trade Byram, but the Paterka deal was the one that ultimately came to fruition, so that's the one they did?
I think so, because I think they ultimately got what they wanted in the Paterka deal, too, and that's the right shot defenseman. I don't think they were going to get significant value in that type of player back using Byram. And they said, and a lot of the insiders said, like, they really wanted to keep Paterka. So I think once that whole situation started to unfold and then the Utah, option with Kesselring, presented itself, they, decided that's the path they're going to go. And then they were so open moving Byram for something else, but, I guess it wasn't really out there. It wasn't, what they expected, which I'm a little bit surprised, but at the same time, maybe I'm not surprised. Teams are, I don't want to say smarter these days, but they have, everybody has numbers now. So everybody kind of sees all the same things that, you hope people don't realize that he's more a little bit of a Darlene merchant, but, teams notice those things too.
You refer to him as a Darlene merchant. For Byram, let's get into it. So what does he do well? How can they use him well? And is having him be a Darlene partner maybe not a long-term idea? You don't want to do that for, a 7-year, $70 million contract, but he's making, NHL top 4 defenseman money. So can he sit with Darlene for the year, and can the Sabres be better as a result of that?
Yeah, I think so. I think if they're going to put him with Darlene, that's going to be a really good pair. Their numbers last year, were fantastic. Among the tops of the leagues as a pair. They were above 50% shot share, above 50% expected goals. I think their goal differential was 70%. I mean, if you're getting those numbers out of your top pair, that's great. That's excellent. And that was the thing with the Byram. It was never an issue when he was playing with Darlene. That worked quite well. They meshed pretty good together. They flowed off each other. So that was never the concern. If they're just going to do that, that's perfectly fine and acceptable. The problem becomes if other pairings that you're hoping work don't, because then you might have to pull Byram off of that Darlene pair. And we've seen in Buffalo that he doesn't really work with anybody else. We saw it in Colorado. They couldn't really find a partner for him really either that worked consistently. So he's not somebody who really can drive their own pairings, but, he has his upside. He moves the puck well. He skates well. I think there's some upside offensively, maybe not as high as some people think. And he can get by defensively. It's just that, you need to put him with a decent partner because we've seen it throughout his career. It is what it is. Some guys just can't do it. He just can't really drive his own pairing.
Chad DiDomenicis is joining us on the Western Hotline, Chad of Expected Buffalo. Does Byram fit the offseason? Because they want to be tougher to play against, right? I mean, they've talked about a certain style that they want to be. They've talked about that a lot. Maybe it is just lip service because each and every season it seems like they're kind of talking about that. Does he fit? And I guess, I don't know. The whole thing, I think what Sabres fans struggle with, Chad, is that keeping him for a year or two more seems like it's just, plan B or maybe even plan C. Because this is a player that they were actively maybe hoping to move, and all the reports about it being a softer market than they had expected means that they did not pull the trigger, which is something that Kevin Adams has probably criticized for a lot, that he does not pull the trigger. Is it fine, or should it be viewed as disappointing in the context of this offseason and what they're trying to accomplish?
Well, that's a good question. I think you can go on both sides of it. Does he fit the hard to play against part? No. He's not a physical player, make it more difficult to play against. Is it fine in the sense of a 2-year contract and what he's making and how they're going to utilize him? Yeah. That's not going to kill you. It's going to be easier to move. The way they're going to use him, he's a fine player. Probably one of the better partners that Darlene has had throughout his time in Buffalo. That's not really saying a lot, but still, I think by a considerable amount, he's one of the best partners he's had. But I think, when you then separate it from that, the overall disappointment of it seems the thing we say every year. You're one move short every time. Like if you just got that one more thing that you needed, you would probably be in a good shape. And that was my feeling on the Peterka thing. While it feels like a late return, I can live with it if you would have got the next move to. I don't even need you to go out and replace him with a 28-goal, 70-point forward. Give me a middle six forward that is decent, that can play two-way hockey, and I can buy into what you're doing. But now you're going to try to tell me, well, Jack Quinn and Jason Zucker can just step into the Peterka spot, and I was like, I don't know. I guess we're going to find out. But every year it's hope. It's hope this guy does it, hope that guy does it, and it's going to be year 3 of that. And maybe this time it works, or maybe it'll be the same as the last 2 years.
Is there maybe possibly still some hope that they would trade Samuelsson? Because, if the market's soft on Byram, I don't know what teams are going to think of Samuelsson, who does not bring the offensive upside, really. And his own team, I don't know what they think of him. That people have seen him on the ice, what he does. They gave him a big, long contract extension because at the start of his career, looked like a defensive stalwart, and that's not really played out the way they thought. So what do you make of Samuelsson? Is it just run it back?
I would assume so at this point. There's just not a lot of talk out there that involved him really at all the entire offseason. I just think that there's people in that front office that still like him and believe what he can be. Now, the good news is that, in theory, the way this team is put on paper, he is going to be a third-pair defenseman instead of playing top minutes with Dahlin. And maybe in that scenario, he can, be fine, play with Connor Timmins as long as he can stay healthy. And it could be a decent third pair for you. He doesn't play enough minutes to hurt you. And you kind of just get by for at least one more season. But, yeah, I wouldn't anticipate. I honestly think they're done unless they grab a nice, cheap free agent here at the end. I would say this is your roster as you have it.
Yeah. Which, I don't know, is that pretty uninspiring? What's the letter grade on the offseason? The Peterka trade that they're kind of bullied into a little bit. They get Kesselring, which is something that they wanted, okay, and Josh Stone. But that's the move, and Alex Lyon is your new, Reimer replacement. I feel like Sabres fans are probably tired of hearing the same old thing, but it seems like an offseason that really didn't get much done.
Yeah, my thing that I'm kind of rolling with is I think that they're a better team right now overall than they were when the season ended last year. But it's the degree of better. They missed the playoffs by 12 points. I think maybe they added 4 to 5 points. Clearly not enough to get where you need to go to be a playoff team. I like Kesselring. He was a guy I talked about a lot in the offseason. That's a good move. I think that'll help you. I've watched a lot of Josh Stone games. I've done a lot of digging on him. I think he's actually going to be a pretty sneaky, impressive addition. But again, that's not going to get you all the way. And really, it just, like I said, it's hope. You got to hope Josh Norris stays healthy. You got to hope Jack Quinn bounces back. You got to hope Luukkonen makes saves, and it just goes on. The list can go 5, 6, 7 deep, of hope things. And sure, if you get all of those things to go right, yeah, you can maybe beat what Montreal was last year and surprise the people and be in the playoffs. But still, it's so much that has to go right, and you're banking on young players. You're going to have a 21-year-old as your top 6 center. You're going to have a 20-year-old, probably be a top 6 left winger. It's for a team that's really saying that they want to be a playoff team, it's hard to believe that that's what they're trying to strive for when all of those things, you look at.
Chad DiDomenicis, Expected Buffalo, the website, the podcast on the Sabres. Chad, thanks very much, and we'll check in down the line if anything, ultimately does come of this. So, good luck to the Sabres, I guess,
We'll still have some fun, I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Chad.
All right, thanks.
Chad DiDomenicis, Expected Buffalo. A lot of numbers-based stuff, good in-depth analysis of the Sabres if you're a subscriber or you listen to the podcast. The schedule came out yesterday. The Sabres schedule came out yesterday. And, I heard Paul Hamilton on with the afternoon guys. He'd said something to the effect that the NHL wants to be a 7 o'clock league, 7 p.m. They want to be a 7 o'clock league. And looking at the schedule, that's a 7 o'clock league. The Sabres open their season at home against the Rangers Thursday at 7 o'clock. But what I'm looking at is weekends. I am someone that has been a former season ticket holder of the Sabres. And, this one thing I've learned in my old age, guys, I'm old now. You guys think I'm old? 46. One thing I've learned in my old age is that there are 82 games, there are 41 at home, and there are lots of things that different people might want. When I was in my 20s and going to 35 games a year or 30 games a year, the opponent mattered. Maybe a Friday night game that was cool. For a while, they did Friday at 8 p.m. starts, I think. There might have been a year the way they wear, are they going to wear black and red? Is it a vibes kind of night where, oh, cool, primetime game, Friday night, wear the black and red, that's great. And in these last couple seasons, the most valuable games to me have become the afternoon games. We've got kids, whether I'm going with my wife or my family, my father-in-law, my brothers-in-law. The afternoon games, not only are they important to me, they are, again, like changing needs. It's about changing needs, changing desires, changing tastes. I used to be someone that complained about all the kids' day games and all the too many kids at the games, and the vibes aren't intense enough. I want more of a raucous atmosphere. And then maybe it's just me and my own bias, but I think the most raucous games are the kids' games now, because the kids' games tend to be full, 1 o'clock on Saturday or Sunday. The afternoon games tend to be well-attended, and kids like hockey. And going to these games has been fun, whether it's a kids' takeover game or if it's just the afternoon games. I just like a good afternoon game. And those are kind of gone this year, which is really disappointing. Of all the things, this probably isn't a Sabres issue. If Paul's right that the NHL wants to become a 7 o'clock league, the times of their home weekend games, I think I've got 3 afternoon games. Out of 41, 3? 1 o'clock on 1 o'clock on October 18th, Florida. 1 o'clock November 23rd, Carolina. That's a Sunday. I got a 5 o'clock against the Islanders in December. A 5:30 in March against Nashville. And one other afternoon game. Where'd it go? I lost it. 12:30 on Monday, October 13th. Weekend afternoon games that aren't holidays. 2 out of 41. Those are great games. Those are great atmospheres. I feel like I've been robbed by the NHL of how many games will my kids go to this year? 2? It's tough. It's a tough ask. The NHL, why would they want to be a 7 o'clock league? I don't know if the Sabres can ask for more afternoon games, but, man, the number of late games on weekends, Bruins, Caps, Leafs, I've got a couple 5:30s. That's the best I can do. They're on the road a lot on the weekends in this schedule. They've got a ton of weekday games. So, I don't know. The whole thing to me, I think it's tough. I think if it's possible to have a tough schedule, I think you have a tough schedule. I don't mean from a standpoint of, wins and losses. I mean, growing your fan base. We want them to win games. Winning games is a way to grow your fan base. Having the games be available to you. In football, we've got the blue and red scrimmage for the Bills. You can go to that, take kids to that, take families to that. It's going to be a relatively cheap event. You got the Kids Day preseason game. That's a good one. Then the Bills schedule, it is what it is. You're going to be putting prime time a lot. You're not going to get your Sunday 1 o'clocks because the team is so good, the country wants to see them. In the case of the Sabres, I'm not – I know it might seem like I love to complain professionally, and sometimes that is true. In this case, it's just I'm legitimately bummed that the schedule does not have a lot of 1 o'clock, 4 o'clock. I got 5:30s. I got a couple 5:30s. I guess I got to deal with that. 5s and 5:30s. But 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, that window on Saturdays, especially once you get into February, March, and April, that is a window that I would want the NHL to be shooting for, and they're not.
I can tell you're not the only one that feels this way, because me and Bulldog last night were getting some dinner, and somebody just came up to us and mentioned this exact point.
Not enough afternoon games.
What are you doing?
There's 2.
You want to sell tickets, right? You got to get people in that building.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not going to start off great for them, I don't think, in terms of attendance. And that's a way to get, if you give parents an opportunity to bring their kids to games, they'll go to games. But if you're taking that away, it's just you're shooting yourself in the foot.
I think it's tough.
Doesn't the NHL miss the mark with almost all of these decisions sometimes?
Yeah, it's not a league that has ever been, well, television contracts are exploding. So like that is what it is. And there's probably better television numbers at night. So why do they want to be a 7 o'clock league? So they can be a primetime broadcast league. And that might be it. For the longest time, we would say the NHL is a gate-driven league, meaning that they make most of their money with ticket sales. And I guess with television contracts, whether that's TNT or Sportsnet in Canada and all the money they're making from that, they might want to have to shift more to I guess, keep television partners happy. But for ticket sales in Buffalo, I think the Sabres, I don't know if anybody down there would feel this way, if their ticket office would feel this way, that, man, this is going to hurt us. Because, again, they got a couple 5 o'clocks, and I wonder if that's a little bit of a here, fine, you could do 5:30. Saturday at 7. I mean, it's not too late for me to go or friends to go, but and those games, I feel like I'm not going to have them this year. I've got October 13th, October 18th, November 23rd, done.
Yeah,
that's it.
That's tough.
Those are my early games. By November 23rd,
you're done.
I've got a 4 o'clock against New Jersey on Black Friday. Okay, that's one more. Again, that's a holiday, though.
Right. That's a different thing. You're not giving opportunities to families to go see the games in a comfortable sort of time window.
Unless they want 5 o'clock, which is
better.
It's better.
It's still.
But here we are by November 28th. They will not have a game before 4 p.m.
Right. You want to be able to go to the game, watch the whole game, and then go out to dinner with your kids after, right?
Yeah.
Or
Sure.
go walk in the park after or something, and that's gone. For 5 o'clock start.
Yeah, last year we had a thing with the kids where we take them out. There's the climbing gym down there. They do that. We do that in the morning, go get lunch, and then go to a Sabres game. And that was a full Saturday, and we're home by, 3 o'clock. Well, what do I mean by 3 o'clock? Maybe we left early. Maybe 4:30. So I'm not trying to make it so specific to me, but to only have 2 weekend 1 o'clock games, really, like that, I think it's tough. The other thing I noticed about the schedule for the Sabres here is they open at home against the Rangers. And we don't exactly do this with the Sabres the way we do with the Bills. The Bills drought, we can remember the most miserable games, right? If I called and said, like, give me a Bills drought memory, like, 6-3 against the Browns, or 56-10 against the Patriots. You remember low points during the drought. And in the Sabres drought, the opener this year reminded me of one of the low points of this drought. And that's because it was 2 years ago, right off the playoff year, when they missed the playoffs by 1 point. And Florida gets in, and that's Granato's year before his final season. We're feeling great about them. Levi shows up. Great vibes. Like, things were good. They open the next season, and it is a feeling of, okay, it's time. It's time to make the playoffs. Here we go. This team's going to be ready. They're young. They're on the rise. And they opened at home against the Rangers. Because I remember I went to this game, of course, and the Rangers scored in the first period. It's 1-0, and the game was over. It was over.
I remember this.
It was
too.
Not only that they took a 1-0 lead, it was that they shut the Sabres out of the game. It was over, and a full house ready to pop off for a season-opening game. What was the final score? Was it 5-0?
Yeah, it was a beatdown. I think 5-0 might be exactly what it was.
Yeah.
Shesterkin, I remember Shesterkin played well at the start, and then the Sabres were dead. They couldn't beat him early, and that was it.
It was terrible.
It was terrible.
So, was it the low point? I don't know. It was one game in the season, but 5-1. Nope, that's just not it. It's it was 5-1. 5-1, October 12th, 2023. 2 years ago, October 12th, 2023. Let's go. Let's have a season. Boom, 5-1. All right. Well, thanks for coming, everybody. And, of course, that season ended up in disappointment. Granato got fired, and here we are. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. I have a Twitter poll up on looking back at Von Miller, and I'm excited to see the results. I mean, I've seen them. I'm very happy with where the results are trending. So I'll tell you what the question is about Von and whether or not the Bills learned a lesson here. That's what the question really is about. Have they learned a lesson? Do you want them to have learned a lesson on Von? That's the poll, and I like the answer that people are chiming in with. 803-0550 if you have a thought on that, to join us here on WGR. On that would be that Sanders and his on the training camp front. We are 6 days from the first practice. Rookies have reported, and overnight there was, I want to say, a crack in the dam, a breach in the levee, whatever you want to say about all these 30 out of 32 second-round picks unsigned, and the sticking point being what percentage of their contract is guaranteed. Second-round picks are kind of fighting here for fully guaranteed contracts. First-round picks have that. The Browns and the Texans signed the first 2 picks of the second round to fully guaranteed contracts, and then everything got stuck, and nobody moved. Well, there's a move. It comes in at the 43rd overall pick, and I am ready to predict that what this ultimately does is gets everything done. I would bet dollars to donuts that TJ Sanders is going to be at the first practice, that all of these second-round picks, almost all of them, will get this thing done quickly. And if they're not signed, I bet they all report. Because what happened late last night was the Niners and their second-round pick, Alfred Collins, agreed to terms. What did they do? They agreed to terms, and he got 88% of his contract guaranteed. So I've got the 34th pick at 100% guaranteed, the 43rd pick at 88% guaranteed, and not to get too far in the weeds on contract numbers and all this kind of stuff. The sticking point has been what percentage of the deal is going to be guaranteed. And we wondered, who's up next? Nick Emenwari. Is he going to blink and not take 100, and he'll take 98, 96, and 94, and 90, on down the line, like knocking down dominoes? Well, instead what happened was one of the dominoes in the middle tilted. And if it's up to me to kind of make the analogy, it's like it tipped both ways. Bill's second-round pick, TJ Sanders, was taken 2 picks before this. So some really rough math on that would be that Sanders and his second-round pick contract with the Bills is likely to come in between 100 and 88% guaranteed. And when you kind of slice it down to that, I've got 7 or 8 players to split a 12. I feel like it'll get done. And as we approach this Bills camp, we're 6 days away from the first practice. It really feels like it's just cool as a cucumber for everybody around here. I almost want to say that Bills fans have, when it comes to camp and the regular season and the big things to watch, such a calm level of, hey, everything's going to be just fine, no matter what. In Josh, we trust, right? I know there are a bunch of pieces to the defense, and Bosa and Ogunjobi and Hoyt all have their issues when they can actually contribute. And now I've got this Sanders thing. I think that'll be done. And now I've got Landon Jackson on PUP, and whatever, it'll be fine. You got month plus, 2 months till the season starts. And then once I'm there, we're waiting until January anyway. We're waiting to see what this team looks like at the end of the season, not necessarily at the beginning of the season. We've kind of seen it all. We've seen them have a slow start where they're 6-6 and fire a coordinator and win 5 in a row and go to the playoffs. We've seen them dominate start to finish. We've seen them win the division in November, basically. We've seen them cruise. And it feels like it's another season that's kind of set up like that, which, there's some teams out there that are going to be locked in and breathlessly watching every single thing. For Bills fans, I think it's kind of, all right, let's see how it goes. Is Bosa healthy? Is Hairston going to win a starting job? These biggest questions at camp, a lot of the potential biggest questions kind of got put to bed. The biggest one might have been James Cook, and I don't hear a lot on that front. He showed up to mandatory minicamp, so why wouldn't I expect him to show up to training camp and participate and be a part of it? I guess it could happen that he's not participating 100%. But the whole thing is kind of, here we go. Fire it up. Let's watch Josh Allen throw some sweet touchdown passes and see if he can put up monster numbers and everybody eats. Go win 12 games. Go win, 15?
The Buffalo Sabres schedule is out for the 2025-26 season. They open on home ice against the New York Rangers on October 9th. To read more on the Sabres schedule, check out Paul Hamilton's article on our website, WGR550.com. A former Buffalo Bill has found a new home in the NFL. Von Miller signed last night with the Washington Commanders on a one-year deal. He appeared in 13 games last year for the Bills, totaling 6 sacks in that time. The 49ers have signed 43rd overall pick Alfred Collins to his rookie contract last night. He signed for $10.3 million with $9 million guaranteed, roughly 88% fully guaranteed. He now becomes only the third player from the second round of this year's draft to sign their rookie deal. Jaden Higgins and Carson Swetzinger are the other two that have signed. They signed fully guaranteed contracts earlier this offseason that created a stalemate between NFL teams and rookies looking for similar deals. ESPN's Adam Schefter believes, though, that this contract will trigger a chain reaction of multiple new contracts around the second round. The Open is underway at Royal Portrush this morning. Jacob Skov-Olsen leads at 4 under. He has finished his first round. Other groups that have teed off this morning include Scotty Scheffler. He's with Shane Lowry and Colin Morikawa. Scheffler and Lowry are 2 under through 7, and Morikawa is even through 7. Teeing off later this morning, Rory McIlroy, Justin Thomas, and Tommy Fleetwood at 10:10. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Shedeur Sanders had his jersey number retired at Colorado this year, and people are saying it's because of nepotism, because of his father, and it's not. It's because he went 13-12 over his career, and he almost won the Alamo Bowl. Definitely not nepotism, right? All right.
Shane Gillis at the ESPYs. If you see some of the clips, Josh had to find one we felt comfortable using on the air. There are probably more that we could, but there are several that we probably can't or shouldn't. He was great, no doubt about that. He was pretty great at the ESPYs. He's funny, and he was great. A Shedeur Sanders joke that's pretty tame. There were some that were not so tame. So anyway, I tasked Josh with finding one you could use. How many candidates were there?
Oh, there was
He had a lot.
There was a lot that I wanted to use, but
Do you guys ever remember caring about the ESPYs? By the way, good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Joe's off today and tomorrow. Owen's here. Josh is here. Do you remember caring about the ESPYs at any point?
I had to ask my dad last night, what's the ESPYs again? I don't even remember what the ESPYs are.
I don't know what ESPY stands for.
It's the ESPNEs, basically.
Oh,
right?
okay.
Yeah. It's just
all right. I didn't know if it had if it was like an acronym like ESPN.
Right. Let Grandpa tell you a tale about the ESPYs. The ESPYs used to be a little bit more of a gimmick award show. In that, I mean, I can remember, I'm being 100% serious, I can remember there was once an ESPY for best performance by an animal at a sporting event. And what might have won is a rabbit running on the field at Notre Dame or something like that.
Oh, so like an unplanned animal on the field.
Yes.
I thought you meant where that guy throws the Frisbee the full length of a football field and the dog catches it or something.
No, there used to be categories: best performance by an athlete on television, Charles Barkley on SNL. It used to be that, where it was kind of a joke. You'd have player of the year. Then it turned into, let me see if I can find the defunct ESPY awards.
They did team of the year last night, which was interesting but kind of weird who they like put against each other. Like they had the Eagles win it, but they also had as finalists like North Carolina lacrosse and all these other teams. It's like you're competing against an NFL team that won the Super Bowl. How are you going to win team of the year? You know, like that one to me just seems kind of weird.
Yeah. There used to be a Showstopper of the Year award where Jim Abbott threw a no-hitter for the Yankees. He was missing a hand. He threw a no-hitter. Showstopper of the Year. I'm trying to find the defunct categories. Outstanding performance by a sports personality in an attempt to break into show business. That was an award. Shaq won that in 1993. Outstanding performance by a sports personality in a commercial went to Larry Johnson because of he was his character Grandmama in old Converse commercials. Outstanding performance by an athlete in entertainment. Charles Barkley, John Kruk, and George Seifert won that. I don't know what George Seifert won it for. In 2001, they awarded most spectacular play, kind of play of the year. Again, now it's become more of an attempt to be a real sports award where it's after the All-Star game. Yesterday's the day of the year where none of the four major sports are performing. So, yeah, the ESPYs. It used to be kind of goofier, and now it's best player, best this, best that. There was a tribute to Lee Corso last night. I don't know if you saw that. That was really cool. They had the USC band come out, play the theme to College Game Days. Corso gave a big speech. So it's had its great moments along the way. Best play. Did they still do best play last night?
That seems like an unavoidable one to give away, right? I don't think you could do a show like that without having if they had a best team, they got to have a best play, right?
So the best play last night, do you know what won?
Was it Josh and Cooper?
No, it was not.
I would have guessed that.
Was it
I did just
Saquon jumping over a guy?
It was.
That
It was Barkley jumping over a guy backwards. Pretty good. I mean, it was pretty good.
I don't know. Was the Josh Cooper play, I think, maybe is more impressive just because of it's not just one guy jumping over somebody. It's coordination by two parties sort of finishing. And did Saquon score on that play?
He did not.
He just jumped over the guy and got tackled right away, right?
You know how you can tell the ESPYs are not that important? Here's the number one case for why the ESPYs are not that important. This is unassailable. Josh Allen was nominated for an ESPY last night and did not win. And Bills fans aren't mad about it. Right? There's not an online, how dare you give it to SGA instead of Josh. It was Josh, Saquon, SGA, and Shohei Ohtani.
Athlete of the year. Best
male athlete. That's best male athlete. Josh didn't win an award, and Bills Mafia has not started to riot.
There's not a billboard outside
right, that's what I mean.
Studio right
Number
now.
one case that nobody really cared about the ESPYs. You got breakthrough athlete, record-breaking performance, championship performance, best comeback athlete, best play. So the best play was Barkley's hurdle, Tyrese Halliburton in Game 1 of the Finals, Trinity Rodman OT gold to send the women to the to the semifinals in the Olympics, and Sabrina Ionescu Logo 3 game winner in WNBA Finals Game 3. That was it.
Not even a nomination for the Cooper Josh touchdown.
No.
That feels surprising to me. I don't know. Or even the Kansas City run from Josh, I thought maybe would get a nod there.
It is, I mean, what are you supposed to do with best team?
Right.
Like best team. The Eagles won best team.
Well, that's what I was saying before. Like they were going up against the North Carolina women's lacrosse team, like a college team.
Right.
Like I don't think it's very fair to like these other teams that are getting put up against them. Like it's
I don't know how you pick. Though I remember one ESPY for best team that made me mad. They beat out the Panthers, the Dodgers, the Liberty, the Ohio State Buckeyes, Oklahoma City. Like, all right, fine. The Eagles win best team.
Okay.
They weren't even the one seed in their conference.
Right.
Okay. The one that bothered me the most was, and this is so stupid, I can't believe I'm sitting here talking about an ESPY loss, but when the New England Patriots were undefeated and lost in the Super Bowl, I felt like they should have won best team, even though they lost a game,
right?
And they did not win best team because they didn't win the Super Bowl.
And the Eagles won best team probably only because they won the Super Bowl.
Right. Anyway, whatever. The ESPYs.
Ovechkin had best record-breaking performance because he broke Gretzky's record.
That's pretty good. Who is he up against?
It doesn't say here. Just
I've got
shows
that.
The winner.
I've got that. He's up against Kevin Durant in Olympic basketball, Caitlin Clark, and Gino Auriemma.
Yeah,
Ovechkin's setting the all-time goal. Yeah. Anyway, there you go. There's the ESPYs. If you do go and see the Shane Gillis highlights, it's pretty funny. And Corso, man, Lee Corso, in terms of people that have been individually responsible for building a sport, College Game Day, of course, has had such an incredible role in building college football, creating atmospheres, going on location. Herb Street and Corso, the pair, whether it's actually being a part of College Game Day, being a part of the video game 25 years ago, they're both a part of that. Not so fast, my friend, is what Corso used to say in the video game. He putting on the head of the mascot, worth a laugh every time he did it, and he's done now. He's finished up at College Game Day. They paid tribute to him last night, and it was a nice moment. Anyway, 803-0550. I'll get into this a little more at the 8 o'clock hour, but I put up a Twitter poll about Von. So Von Miller signs with the Commanders. His time with the Bills, we knew that was going to be done. And Von signs with the Commanders. He's on to another contender. So he goes from the Rams and then joins the Bills for 3 years on a big, huge contract. Huge moment in free agency. Like Von signed with the Bills. You remember where you were, right? Do you remember where you were when you found out? And it was a big, big deal. And I remember texting Howard in all caps, Von Miller. Like, holy cow. So it ends, and they don't deliver a Super Bowl in Von's time here. We dig into it more in 8 o'clock. The Twitter poll I put up is there a lesson to be learned? Do you feel like the Bills should, looking back, say, that was aggressive. That was a huge commitment to an aging player to try to be the final piece to put us over the line. And it did not ultimately work out. Is there a lesson to be learned? And the Twitter poll I have up on that is, yes, bad gamble, should be scared off. They should not do something like that again. Scared off, bad gamble, or worth a try, would do it again. Would sign the biggest free agent to try and be the piece that gets you over the finish line. And I'm happy to report that 3/4 of the votes are that was worth a try. I agree with that. I think it was definitely worth the try. If you could go back and undo it, and I gave you $120 million to spend somewhere else on a 6-year deal, you might be able to find it. But I feel like it was worth a try, and I hope they're not scared off by it. I think that's the game. That's the game they should be in. That's the poker table they should be at, is the high stakes table. Don't be afraid. Push them in. Lose. Don't be scared off by that. And the way that they've built their roster to this point, I don't think it indicates they are scared off by it. But you could make the case that they shouldn't do it again, and they should have this kind of build instead. The Diggs kind of idea, Diggs gets all the attention because, wide receiver 1, nobody that's above the team, no star, it's okay for everybody eats. Von, it's not exactly the same because of the position, but Von was, if this player becomes available, you make room and you fit him in because he's so good. And when he started out, he was that good. Injury happens. I don't know if you'd say it was because of age, but it was a big, big commitment to an aging player. Is an injury more likely at that age? Is recovery tougher? I think you'd make a case for that. He had already torn his ACL once before in his career, a second tear. Once a guy gets hurt, maybe it never comes back the same way, especially a second time. Tre'Davious White, the Bills, of course, go with the ACL, then the Achilles, and then it's kind of over for Trey White. Now he's back, and I don't know that Bills fans have much faith in him just because injuries took him down. But he's back. So maybe we'll dig that a little more at 8 o'clock. 803-0550. Do you have a thought on that? Is there any sort of look back, an obituary on Von's time here? and whether or not that was a worthy gamble. I think it was. And I'd like to see them do it again whenever that comes up. 803-0550 on WGR. Were you shocked? I mean, if we can go back to the start of the offseason, do you end up shocked that Byram is still here and now has a 2-year extension?
Yeah, I think if you go back to like April, probably. I mean, as it went along throughout the summer, no, but definitely if I went back to where it was in April, I thought it was a foregone conclusion that he was going. But I guess, the Paterka thing changed and couldn't find something they like, and here he is for 2 more years.
Do you think the Sabres were more willing or more eager to trade Byram, but the Paterka deal was the one that ultimately came to fruition, so that's the one they did?
I think so, because I think they ultimately got what they wanted in the Paterka deal, too, and that's the right shot defenseman. I don't think they were going to get significant value in that type of player back using Byram. And they said, and a lot of the insiders said, like, they really wanted to keep Paterka, so I think once that whole situation started to unfold and then the Utah, option with Kesselring, presented itself, they, decided that's the path they're going to go. And then they were so open moving Byron for something else, but, I guess it wasn't really out there. It wasn't, what they expected, which I'm a little bit surprised, but at the same time, maybe I'm not surprised. Teams are, I don't want to say smarter these days, but they have, everybody has numbers now. So everybody kind of sees all the same things that, you hope people don't realize that he's more a little bit of a Darlene merchant, but, teams notice those things too.
Brian Koziel on the Open Championship. You're talking about, players trying to take it in. We saw Scheffler this week talk about golf and how it might be kind of somewhat unfulfilling to win. Here's Rory, who appears to be in some sort of personal, I don't know, he won the Masters and he seems miserable on some level, right? Like there's a little bit of a, I don't know, the soul of golf isn't having all that much fun. And I don't know if you have an explanation for that, but it kind of feels like that's where we are right now.
Yeah, we actually yesterday when I was doing the bet pick 10 with Mike and Chris, we were talking about it a little too. It's a sport where 150 or so guys go out and play and only one wins. So in some sense, they're like you're setting yourself up to maybe be disappointed every single time you go out and play. And I guess when you're at that level, what did Tiger always say about, I'm only here to win. I'm not here to finish second. I'm not here to do anything else. Like, how do you train your brain to understand that you are going into a tournament and, obviously maybe Scheffler and Tiger had a different odds, but in general, one out of 150, you're like, a less than 1% chance of maybe being happy at the end of this week. Like, how do you deal with that mentally? I give golfers and, tennis players credit. You're going into these events where, again, it's 1 of 100 and like there's only going to be one winner at the end. It's not team sports. Somebody's going to win every game and it's either one or the other. And when you're playing 82 games a season, like in hockey, or 100 and whatever in baseball, like you're gonna, even the best teams lose 60 times. But the golfers, obviously, for the most part, seemingly have a bigger challenge. Yeah, Scheffler, that conversation this week about saying it's enjoyable for about 2 minutes, and then he's kind of worrying about what's next in his life and all that sort of stuff. I mean, interesting perspective. I would think that maybe as he steps away from it more, or as time goes on, that he'll appreciate it more. But it's got to be also too some of the things in the moment. Like there's so many commitments when you're a winner that maybe it feels at times like it can be a hassle when you want to maybe just sit back and enjoy it. Yeah. So I guess I get a little bit of what he's saying, but. I guess add it to the long list of things that are mentally challenging about this sport. That you and I play it for fun as amateurs, and we have our good days and our bad days, and it's still sometimes like I have to sometimes out on the golf course be like, Brian, don't be so hard on yourself. Like, literally, the only and it's a good ego check I think for all of us. Like, Brian, the only one who really cares about what the score is you. So if you don't let it bother you, then it's okay.
everybody, Jeremy and Joe. Joe's off today and tomorrow. Chris Trapasso's going to join us tomorrow. I have him in from 8 to 10. Watching the Open Championship. Scotty Scheffler, 2 under through 8. He's the favorite, so it's not exactly like, hey, look at me, but Scheffler to win. Westwood always finishes in the top 10 at the Open Championship. He is 3 under through 15, and the leader is Jacob Skov-Olesen, who is in with a -4 opening round. 803-0550, our phone number if you want to join, 1-888-550-2550. We are closing in on training camp. Next week we'll be there on the 23rd. Getting ready. Jamar Chase has predicted he or Justin Jefferson will be the first 2,000-yard receiver. You know, Calvin Johnson missed it by not that much. We saw Tyreek Hill gunning for it. The Bengals' defense is bad again. Chase has a look at it. 2,000-yard receiver. 17th game at it, of course. Like I think we could see a 2,000-yard receiver. If it's Chase, if it's Jefferson. Who else could be in this mix? Who's got a terrible defense this year but a good offense? I don't know if Atlanta fits that bill. I don't know that, Drake London's quite good enough to do that, but we'll see. I saw the Locked On NFL Top 100. It's ranking season, so Locked On NFL. Might not surprise you to find out the Bills had 2 players in the top 100. It was Josh and Benford. No love for Dawkins or Spencer Brown. Dawkins got to be in the top 100. I think it's nuts. There was only one problem I had with the Locked On NFL Top 100, and that was that Travis Hunter made the list. I feel like rookies should not make it. I'm not disputing he could be, but you can't be one of the NFL's top 100 players before you play it down. Is that wrong?
Travis Hunter made it?
Travis Hunter made the NFL's
Deion and Dawkins didn't?
Right.
That seems crazy.
It seems nuts. Yes, that a rookie would make it. You haven't played yet. I think he will be great.
Wow.
But
I think he's going to be awesome, but he hasn't been awesome yet.
I drafted him second in a dynasty draft, second overall, because I just kind of want to have the Travis Hunter experience.
Right.
Might not be the best pick, but we'll find out. But yeah, Dawkins did not make it.
That seems really surprising to me.
It's not surprising to me to see the Bills only get 2 or 3 names leading the way. The Eagles, the Ravens, the Lions, they consistently have more players thought of near the top. But anyway, 803-0550, we'll get a break in. On that Vaughn question, are you feeling an itch for Bean to swing at some point, whether it's the deadline this year? I've got a couple names of the next Vaughn discussion that, it's kind of ripped in today's headlines, and the next couple weeks we'll see how that goes. But edge rushers getting paid. There's a couple that want to get paid. Maybe we have future Von Miller hits the market scenarios. And would you want the Bills active again, given how it went this time? 803-0550 is our number here on WGR. But the whole thing is kind of, here we go. Fire it up. Let's watch Josh Allen throw some sweet touchdown passes and see if he can put up monster numbers and everybody eats. Go win 12 games. Go win, 15? What's the number everybody's ready to sign up for? 14? The schedule looks great. It's a high mark season send-off with a couple of tough games. All their tough games on paper right now. All their tough games are from home, or at home, rather. So everything's set up. I guess this is the year that we start talking 1 seed again right off the jump. I don't know how often we've done that. Last year they lose 2 games early on, and it kind of put them in a chase position. It's Baltimore and Houston. They lose those 2 games. There'd have been doubts about them a little bit, how good they could be because of all the transition. Not many people around here thought they'd be bad, but we thought there might be some rocky parts, and there were. And the 1 seed race last year was a chase the whole way, and the Chiefs were pretty much out in front the whole time. They were undefeated until they played the Bills, and that kept the race alive, and then the Bills lost almost immediately afterwards, and the race was kind of over. We hoped it could stay close, but it didn't. And this year, Like, I guess that's the best we've got, is the 1 seed race and how important that is, which years past I've felt like not that important. I know that's kind of counterintuitive. I know that bye is important, but road teams win all the time in the playoffs. It's not like it used to be, so I wouldn't worry so much. But when you're at the starting position and everybody's in the same starting blocks and there's a first round bye on the line and only one team gets that seems significant. That said, what did Detroit do with it last year? They went out and lost their first playoff game. They got bounced, which is that would be a shocking kind of result for any 1 seed. So if you have a thought on the 1 seed, you have a thought on camp and your general comfort with the season, give me a ring, 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. And as we approach this Bills camp, we're 6 days away from the first practice. It really feels like it's just cool as a cucumber for everybody around here. I almost want to say that Bills fans have, when it comes to camp and the regular season and the big things to watch, such a calm level of, hey, everything's going to be just fine, no matter what. In Josh, we trust, right? I know there are a bunch of pieces to the defense, and Bosa and Ogunjobi and Hoyt all have their issues when they can actually contribute. And now I've got this Sanders thing. I think that'll be done. And now I've got Landon Jackson on PUP, and whatever, it'll be fine. You got month plus, 2 months till the season starts. And then once I'm there, we're waiting until January anyway. We're waiting to see what this team looks like at the end of the season, not necessarily at the beginning of the season. We've kind of seen it all. We've seen them have a slow start where they're 6-6 and fire a coordinator and win 5 in a row and go to the playoffs. We've seen them dominate start to finish. We've seen them win the division in November, basically. We've seen them cruise. And it feels like it's another season that's kind of set up like that, which, there's some teams out there that are going to be locked in and breathlessly watching every single thing. For Bills fans, I think it's kind of, all right, let's see how it goes. Is Bosa healthy? Is Hairston going to win a starting job? These biggest questions at camp, a lot of the potential biggest questions kind of got put to bed. The biggest one might have been James Cook, and I don't hear a lot on that front. He showed up to mandatory minicamp, so why wouldn't I expect him to show up to training camp and participate and be a part of it? I guess it could happen that he's not participating 100%, but the whole thing is kind of, here we go. Fire it up. Let's watch Josh Allen throw some sweet touchdown passes and see if he can put up monster numbers and everybody eats. Go win 12 games. Go win, 15?
Good morning. The NHL schedule was released yesterday. The Buffalo Sabres will open up this season on home ice against the New York Rangers on October 9th. To read more on the Sabres schedule, check out Paul Hamilton's article on our website, WGR550.com. Also yesterday, the Sabres signed forward Jake Lecision to a one-year contract. He's played 77 career NHL games, recording 6 points in those games. A former Buffalo Bill has found a new home in the NFL. Von Miller signs with the Washington Commanders on a one-year deal. Miller appeared in 13 games for the Bills last year, totaling 6 sacks in that span. The San Francisco 49ers signed 43rd overall pick Alfred Collins to his rookie contract last night. He signed for $10.3 million with $9 million guaranteed, which is 88% guaranteed. He now becomes only the third player from the second round to sign their rookie deal, the other two being Jaden Higgins and Carson Schlesinger, who signed fully guaranteed contracts earlier this offseason. Those two signings created a stalemate between some NFL teams and second-round rookies looking for similar deals. However, ESPN's Adam Schefter believes that this Collins contract will trigger a chain reaction of multiple new contracts around the second round. The Open is underway at Royal Portrush this morning in Northern Ireland. Jacob Skov-Olesen and Haotong Lee are currently in the lead at 4 under. Both have finished the first round. Scotty Scheffler and Shane Lowry are through 8, and both are 2 under. And Colin Morikawa is also in their group through 8 at +1. Teeing off later this morning, Rory McIlroy, Justin Thomas, and Tommy Fleetwood at 10:10. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
When you watch them, they're extremely disciplined. The fundamentals are there, and they always, I think, play almost, I wouldn't say above their talent level, but he gets the most out of the players he has on his roster. You see also the development of players who are drafted outside of the first round, really talented guys that Brandon Beane has managed to find later. But I do think Sean McDermott, given that that's his side of the ball, deserves a lot of credit for that. They've had turnover, too, on the coaching staff as well.
Mina Kimes was on with One Bills Live yesterday talking about Sean McDermott. Got to that point yesterday about McDermott and Beane and who gets associated with the defense. It's always McDermott and rarely Beane. And in the case of Von Miller signing a couple of years ago, it's a Beane move, right? Like, I mean, maybe both, of course, but big baller Beane. Was it born that day? Might have been born that day. Might have been born the day they traded up for Josh. I mean, he's made big moves, big trades up. You know, some pretty big swings along the way. And I have a Twitter poll up about Von now that Von is off in Washington for his next stop. Miller signs with another contending team. And I did click a link of highlights of his 2024 season. There's some plays in there. You know, he had some plays. Maybe Bills fans kind of don't remember. I certainly didn't. I'll admit to not remembering that Von did get to the quarterback a good number of times this season. He had 6 sacks. I did not remember 6 sacks from Von in limited playing time. I know he had a good pass rush win rate because we kind of went over PFF's numbers during the season. Could he be brought back? 6 sacks. They said thanks, but no thanks to a guy with 6 sacks and moved on, cap hit, all that. Anyway, good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Joe's off today. The Open Championship is underway. We'll give you updates on that as we go along today. Open Championship's first round. And Scheffler's on the course. Schauffele's on the course. So, anyway, 803-0550. On the Von thing, how about this? You know, one of the things this Bills team has not really done since, I'm trying to think, like the last swing, the last big baller move, you know, the whole Bean sunglasses pick. Like, what's the last gamble? It's probably the Diggs trade. It's probably trading away Stephon Diggs for a second-round pick from the Texans and going into this offensive identity of the everybody eats thing. But past that, you know, drafting Kincaid, is that a big baller move? Maybe. You might think so. Trading down with the Chiefs, you might think that's take some guts, right? I didn't like that move, but whatever, take some guts. And the last 2 seasons for me, the last 2 off seasons have kind of been, you know, just like knocking down pegs. Like, all right, do this, draft, get a bunch of players in, sign in free agency. No real big signings that I can think of. It's locking up your own before the bill comes due, Bernard and Shakir and Rousseau, like, all right, getting ahead of the game, you know, smart, prudent signings. And there's a lot of value in those. So, you know, no criticism there. The Von signing was not necessarily we are one player away, but it was very much a go for it. We're going for it. We're pushing all in. We're going to convince him, come here, win the Super Bowl. That's off of 13 seconds, right? That's off of, like, let's go get this thing done. And they add Von Miller, and man, like, they're the favorites. This guy's a Hall of Famer. He's still at the top of his game. He had a big part in the Rams winning the Super Bowl. And the Bills in that moment take a guy off of the Super Bowl champs, and they wanted him back, and brought him here. Big money, big gamble. And as it's over now, we kind of look at it and say, like, well, didn't work out. I do think that the prevailing opinion is the gamble was worth it. He was great. He looked great. And then he got hurt on some bad turf. Rob tweets in, I blame the turf. Von was great until he got hurt. He was living up to the billing. And if he doesn't get hurt, who knows what happens in that season? Maybe it goes differently. Maybe their season ends differently. Maybe the play. I don't know. It's tough to know. But do you think that there's any chance the Bills look at that and think, well, given what it did to the cap, given the age of the player, I don't know if we're going to go big game hunt like that again. I don't think so. I don't think that they'd be scared off. I certainly hope they wouldn't be scared off. And at Spot Track, I'm just playing around with next year's unrestricted free agents. You could even kind of line it up as the same exact situation. What Von is today is older. He's like 36. 36. So when they sign him, he's 33. Right now, TJ Watt is a UFA at the end of the year. I don't know what Pittsburgh's going to do. He's not happy about his contract. You want to give TJ Watt a huge contract, top 10 defensive end, pay him at age 33? Trey Hendrickson, he'll be 32. Want to do that? The Bengals don't sign him long-term. He hits the open market. I know the Bills did just sign Joey Bosa. They added Landon Jackson in the draft. But would anybody be less likely to do it because of what happened with Von? You get an older player. It's the twilight of his career. You hope to still catch what he has, but it falls apart. Gets injured, bad luck. Them's the breaks. The Twitter poll that I posted, it is pretty well established. People thought, like, you know what, worthy gamble. Was it a worthy bet or was it a bad bet? And we're at 77% saying worth it. You know, I know what it did to the cap. You can get around that stuff. You can work stuff. He took a restructured contract. I mean, even the cap implications that came with that deal, he redid his deal after he got hurt and saved the Bills some money on the cap. So, you know, we know it's a cap that can be worked with, and I hope they're not the least bit scared off by this. There's a point to be made of like a Sabres comparison. Cousins and UPL and some of these other long-term deals that they signed. Samuelson, of course. You know, I wonder if they'd be a little less likely to bet on young players early because a couple of them didn't go well. You know, these GMs, they're constantly changing, they're evolving like anybody would be in any sort of job. Like, all right, I did that. Would I consider it a mistake? Because I don't think I consider the Von signing a mistake at all. I think it was a good signing. I think it was a good idea. It was a worthy bet. He got hurt. That does happen. And he not only got hurt, but he got the kind of injury that took him out for a year and change. The entire second year of that contract was a nothing. He got hurt in year one, half a year gone. Year two, they bring him back. He is a non-factor. He might as well have missed the entire second season. And looking at his numbers, like, it does jump out. Sack totals by season for Von, 8-0-6. Now, the comeback was not as good, but he was serviceable. I mean, 6 sacks from Von in 13 games last year. The Bosa parallel is worth getting into a little bit here. And a question I've asked about Bosa, I'll bring up again. Just a moment. 803-0550. 1-888-550-2550. Von off to Washington. One other thing about Von, like the off-the-field stuff happened. You know, there's an allegation, and that kind of ended up going away. He did speak very positively of Buffalo. Maybe that's a reason to look back on it as, it went okay. It's just, it's unfortunate the way that on the field, the way that things ultimately ran. But if you have a thought on that, love to hear from you. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. On Vaughn, now with Washington, chasing a Super Bowl. Ron in Alden. Hey, Ron, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Jeremy. I have a two-part question. So, with White coming back, would he be considered the type of player that, like, if he never played for the Bills, and then would he be the name, like, hey, that's a big name, even though his injury come back? And what are we expecting from him this year? I'm just wondering, like, we brought him back. What kind of expectations do we have for him this year?
For who? For Trey White? Ron? Who did Ron say? Ron say Trey White? I missed. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Josh. I missed right at the beginning. We cut out my headphones. What kind of expectations do people have for Trey White? I think, you tell me. You call me, you tell me what your expectations are before you hang up, Ron. You have to call back, but I think people have expectations that Max Harrison beats out Trey White for the job, and they really hope that he does. What's really always kind of jumps out at me about Tre'Davious White, he's an all-time Bill, right? Is he a future Wall of Famer? He was amazing. He's one of the best players they've had in this McDermott Bean era, undoubtedly. He's arguably one of the best players they've ever had. And the thing that jumps out at me about Trey White that's always so kind of amazing, he was only gone for 1 year. It feels like you haven't seen Trey White play since COVID. Right? 2021, he plays 11 games and gets hurt. He comes back in 2022, gets hurt again. In 2023, 4 games. He's played in the last 3 seasons, 10 games for the Bills. And that's why it feels like he's been gone forever. Trey White's been gone for 1 year. It's nuts, right? He went and signed with the Rams, got traded to the Ravens, played 11 games last year. He played more games last year than he did in his previous 2 seasons with the Bills. 11 games last year. The previous 2 seasons played 6 and 4. So you are so far removed from Trey's prime that I feel like expectations on him will be managed. We'll know who he is. We'll know that in terms of, team history, his important role and kind of helping build this thing up. As Mina Kimes there, we played the clip coming in. McDermott's defenses for 4 seasons, Trey White is a part of the backbone of that defense. I like to point out how often it was White, Hyde, and Poyer. The 3 of them played, 60 games together on a defense that was consistently excellent. And like is often the case, all good things come to an end. Hyde and Poyer, their time timed out. Trey White's time unfortunately came earlier than it should have. With Poyer and Hyde and their ages, that's a little bit more of it. It kind of ran its course. Micah Hyde's 34. Trey White's 30, and he might have been done 2-3 years ago. Like Trey White is a great example of an injury. Like this league just chews guys up, right? Vaughn's gonna make the Hall of Fame. He played enough years. He's a first ballot Hall of Famer. Would Tre'Davious White, if he never got hurt, he'd still be here? In year 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? He'd be in year 9. We're talking about number retirement. I don't know. But expectations for him now are just different. If he wins the job, I think that's a problem, right? If he wins the job, people will think that the first-round pick is, I don't know about a bust, but it's year 1, and it's right out of camp. But Josh Allen didn't win the job out of camp. Nathan Peterman won that job, and then Josh was in the job by, week 2? So, you don't want to put everything on what you think about Max Harrison in training camp, but he's one of those guys we're going to kind of expect to start off the bus. That's just how it goes. You get drafted in the first round, you're starting. This team did not have a lot of holes. One of the clearly identifiable holes they had was corner number 2. Christian Benford's your number 1, and you'd expect Harrison to just be ready. They drafted him for the fit. It's a different kind of fit than Kaiir Elam. Everyone seems to love this idea. He'll be ready. He's got speed for days. He's got speed arrogance, as they say. He's supposed to be a big play corner. I think that if Trey White wins the job, fans would be worried that, your secondary has limitations. Dane Jackson, Trey White, like he played for Baltimore last year, but I don't know. I'd be worried. 803-0550. Thanks, Ron, for the phone call. 1-888-550-2550. Rookies reporting around the league. Bills camp first practice 6 days. It'll be about a week from today. We'll be live at St. John Fisher with practice number 2. And tracking the league, I do wonder. It's a little bit like the preseason pledge. However many years ago, probably 20 by now, the preseason pledge was don't trust anything you see in the preseason. It's all a lie. You will forget about the preseason in 2 months. And part of me thinks that this time of year, there's a lot of that same stuff. Oh, who's holding out now? Who's upset about their contract now? Who's missing a training camp practice? Who says they'll sit out? Right now, we are, like I said, less than a week from a lot of these camps being up and running. And I've got Terry McLaurin and Juwan Jennings and TJ Watt and Trey Hendrickson. We've got some pretty high-profile, pretty big-name players, guys that are difference makers. I mean, Trey Hendrickson's arguably a top 10 player in the league. And I don't know what's going to happen there. This was an issue with T. Higgins in the Bengals for multiple seasons. And Jamar Chase, there's this issue for this time of year. But then they go away, and you kind of forget about it. So part of me thinks all these deals will get done, and every year, this time of year, I just forget that there's a panic right before they all get done and we all get to camp. TJ Watt, what are the Steelers going to do? Not sign TJ Watt, not pay him? Make it make sense. How could that possibly make sense? They went out and got Aaron Rodgers. They're trying to do whatever they can for a kick at the can to keep Mike Tomlin on his streak of winning seasons. They want to win a playoff game. What are they going to do? Like let TJ Watt sit for money? Doesn't make a lot of sense. Hendrickson, that's different. Commanders and McLaurin, that might be different. But I tend to think it'll all get ironed out. And the latest example of that is the second-round pick scenario. We have not seen a second-round pick sign, but started the show with this. Overnight, late last night, the Niners signed Alfred Collins, their second-round pick, 43rd overall. And that should start dominoes in both directions. 30 out of the 32 second-round picks were unsigned. Now that number's 29. By the end of the day, could it be 26? Could we get 3 more? Why wouldn't these picks in the league in the entry formula, they all go kind of like dominoes. So I've got the first pick and the second pick of the second round have been signed. And now add in the 11th pick. Shouldn't 2 through 11 slot in accordingly? The Niners guaranteed 88% of that contract. So the second-round pick saga has been owners and agents or GMs and agents and, collusion, whatever, arguing over whether or not to guarantee second-round pick contracts. I've got the 11th pick of the second round guaranteeing 88% of the contract. So now it's not just, are we going to guarantee it? It's, okay, how much of it are we going to guarantee? How much? The 11th pick got 88%. Okay, what's the 9th pick of the second round get? That's TJ Sanders. 90%. The Bills guaranteed Keon Coleman his second-round contract. What's TJ Sanders worth to them? Are they really going to have him miss time for 10% of an $11 million total contract? Really, we're talking about, with these picks now, picks number 35 through 43. It's about $1 million. Whether or not these teams are going to guarantee $1 million. And I guess if you're thinking about the Bengals, who knows what they'll do. They've got their first-round pick sitting out because of language that he's probably right about. But if you're the Bills and you want TJ Sanders in at camp, don't you just do it? Okay, all right, here. It's $1 million. It's 10% guaranteed on this contract. And now that I'm in this tiny little window of from the the 35th pick to the 41st pick. It's pocket change. Imagine being afraid to guarantee $1 more million over a 4-year contract. By the time this deal is done, you know how much $1 million will be on the salary cap? It'll be like 1/300th of the cap. So when Adam Schefter reports this deal last night and says, I bet it gets things moving, I think he's exactly right. It's just this is not worth – it's a pittance. It's not worth fighting over. So we'll see. I would have no issue predicting that TJ Sanders will be at camp on time and all these guys. I mean, I got Nick Emenwari was supposed to be next up, but the fact that the Niners kind of jumped in the order and got it in, all right, dominoes in both directions would be my guess. So with all these off-season things that kind of happen, maybe every July we do this, and maybe every July the league and the players, fine. Let's all go make millions of dollars, and let's get off to a season. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 if you want to chime in on it. On the Vaughn thing, do you think it was a mistake? Do you think it's just them's the breaks? 77% voting in the Twitter poll, like pretty much them's the breaks. Happens. He was great. It'd be different if he didn't, in those first 11 games, show us what the Bills were getting. He showed out. Go watch those first season highlights. You'll not only see 8 sacks, you'll see game-ending sacks and forced fumbles and pressures that end games. He worked all game in that game in Kansas City on one move and then spun the other way to set up a delayed blitz from Milano to get an interception from Taron Johnson to win in Kansas City. Like, it was working. It was all right there. It was all working. And the Bills, who've been chasing a finisher pass rusher for so long, had one. And we saw it for 11 games. And really, that's it. And now on to Bosa, who I've asked the question, would you take 8 sacks? Vaughn had 6 this year. Maybe that seems like 8's low, but for a guy with injury issues and a low-risk, high-reward potential, would you take 8? I'd take 8. I think 8 sacks would be a good number for him. If there's more, that's great. But if you give me the floor of 8, I'm signing up for that. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Jerry Ostrowski joins me at 9 o'clock. We'll talk to him about this Vaughn thing and also the Bills' offensive line finally getting its due on a couple of rankings out there. Ranking season in the NFL. Jeremy and Joe. No Joe today, just me. You can hang out 803-0550 here on WGR. On the training camp front, we are 6 days from the first practice. Rookies have reported. And overnight there was, I want to say, a crack in the dam, a breach in the levee, whatever you want to say about all these 30 out of 32 second-round picks unsigned, and the sticking point being what percentage of their contract is guaranteed. Second-round picks are kind of fighting here for fully guaranteed contracts. First-round picks have that. The Browns and the Texans signed the first 2 picks of the second round to fully guaranteed contracts, and then everything got stuck, and nobody moved. Well, there's a move. It comes in at the 43rd overall pick, and I am ready to predict that what this ultimately does is gets everything done. I would bet dollars to donuts that TJ Sanders is going to be at the first practice, that all of these second-round picks, almost all of them, will get this thing done quickly. And if they're not signed, I bet they all report. Because what happened late last night was the Niners and their second-round pick, Alfred Collins, agreed to terms. What did they do? They agreed to terms, and he got 88% of his contract guaranteed. So I've got the 34th pick at 100% guaranteed, the 43rd pick at 88% guaranteed, and not to get too far in the weeds on contract numbers and all this kind of stuff. The sticking point has been what percentage of the deal is going to be guaranteed. And we wondered, who's up next? Nick Emenwari. Is he going to blink and not take 100, and he'll take 98, 96, and 94, and 90, on down the line like knocking down dominoes? Well, instead what happened was one of the dominoes in the middle tilted. And if it's up to me to kind of make the analogy, it's like it tipped both ways. Bill's second-round pick, TJ Sanders, was taking 2 picks before this. So some really rough math on that would be that Sanders and his second-round pick contract with the Bills is likely to come in between 100 and 88% guaranteed. And when you kind of slice it down to that, I've got 7 or 8 players to split a 12. I feel like it'll get done.
The NHL schedule was released yesterday. The Buffalo Sabres will open up the 2025-26 season on home ice against the New York Rangers on October 9th. 3 more on the schedule. Check out Paul Hamilton's article on our website, WGR550.com. A former Buffalo Bill has signed with a new team. Von Miller signed last night with the Washington Commanders on a one-year deal. He appeared in 13 games for the Bills last year, totaling 6 sacks in that time. The 49ers have signed 43rd overall pick Alfred Collins to his rookie contract last night. He signed for $10.3 million with $9 million guaranteed. 88% of that contract is now guaranteed to him. Jaden Higgins and Carson Swessinger signed fully guaranteed contracts earlier this season. They are also second-round picks. That's been creating a stalemate between NFL teams and other second-round rookies that are looking for similar deals. However, ESPN's Adam Schefter believes that the Collins contract will trigger a chain reaction of multiple new contracts. The Open is underway at Royal Portrush in Northern Ireland this morning. The leaders, as they finish the first round, Jacob Skov-Olesen and Haotong Lee are both 4 under. They are done with the first round. The big group of the day that's teed off so far, Scotty Scheffler, Shane Lowry, and Colin Morikawa. Morikawa is +1 through 10. Lowry is 1 under through 10, and Scotty Scheffler 2 under through 10. Teeing off later this morning, Rory McIlroy, Justin Thomas, and Tommy Fleetwood at 10-10. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
So I think what they're doing, they're counting on their defense and relying on their offense, and especially, and now Jaden Daniels. And how I look at it is this. When I order something from Amazon, I don't rely on it to show up. If it says it's going to be there Friday evening, I count on it to show up. And so what I'm counting on as the Commanders now is I'm counting on the defense to actually carry us. I think it's good for the Commanders to pick up a Von Miller. He's a stout player.
That's Rashad Jennings on Von. Is he trying to make a difference between relying on versus counting on? I don't know. Anyway, quick stat on Von for you. Joe, Sneaky Joe had this. He's not here today. Jeremy and Joe, just me today. Josh Schmidt producing. Owen Parker here as well. I might have called him Owen Power earlier today. That was a mistake. Happens. I got a day of the week clock. I need a which Owen is over there clock. It's pretty much the same one. It's always Owen Parker. Anyway, talked a little about Von Miller today, looking back on his Bills obituary to a point. Like it ended. I thought bringing him back on a modest deal might have made sense, moving cap money around and bringing him back. And Joe had this, it kind of popped up in my feed, that last year in pass rush win rate, Von was 8th in the NFL. And all right, pass rush win rate. What's that? That's how often you beat your blocker, the player that's blocking you, in 2.5 seconds or less. That's what pass rush win rate is. And the reason to value that instead of sacks is simply, well, if you're rushing Daniel Jones versus Josh Allen, your likelihood of getting the quarterback on the ground is different. But did you beat your man? So Von finished 8th in pass rush win rate last year, behind only Aiden Hutchinson, Myles Garrett, Micah Parsons, Nick Bosa, Trey Hendrickson, Jared Verse, and Chop Robinson. Dolphins rookie Chop Robinson. He might be the only one on the list who's saying, oh, interesting. The rest of those guys, like, that's a murderer's row of great pass rushers. And Von was used sparingly. You know, he had a limited role for the Bills. When they put him out situationally, he would beat his guy. That's it. Speed rush beats his guy in less than 2.5 seconds. So the Commanders take a little bit of a guess here. We haven't seen numbers on the deal. One thing that'll be interesting to me is that, because this time of year, if a guy's not on a team, this went for Von, it goes for Amari Cooper and Rasul Douglas, former Bills out there. Are they asking for too much? Is there just nothing out there for them? And we'll see what Von ultimately gets. I've not seen the numbers on that deal yet, but he goes to Washington. Anyway, seems like a good bet for them. So, do you think it was a good bet? Good gamble, took a shot, 803-0550, 75% voting in a Twitter poll right now. Should the Bills be scared off that kind of move, or do you think it was worth a shot? 75% said worth a try, would do it again. And I just got a response from Adam, who tweeted, didn't learn anything. We now currently have a Bosa on the injury shelf, not as old by any means. I don't see the Joey Bosa thing I know they play the same position. He's 30, so he's younger. I guess there are parallels. I don't think the Bosa thing is anything close to the Von thing. Bosa is a 1-year deal. The cap hit is low. There's dead cap because of void years, whatever. The cap hit is low. The expectation for Bosa is much less than it is for Von. Von coming in was Hall of Famer, still getting after it. It's a risk because he's old. Bosa he is hurt all the time. He's frequently hurt and frequently battling something. And because of that, that's why he was $12 million instead of $120. I mean, it feels like it's pretty easy to say the difference in them was that one contract, at least on the reported total value, was literally 10 times bigger. So I think it's a tough sell to try and tell me that the Bosa signing is proof that they wouldn't be scared off or that they didn't learn a lesson they should have about injuries. I don't know. The Bosa signing to me is totally fine. If it doesn't work out, what were you going to do with that money? What other pass rusher are you going to get for that money? You take a chance. Sometimes you kind of just do that. You can't go get Max Crosby. He didn't move. TJ Watt didn't move yet. Hendrickson yet. Myles Garrett didn't move. If you wanted the best pass rusher you could, I guess you could have gone for Josh Sweat in free agency. Other than that, I feel like it's a low risk, high reward. It's gambling season. And shouldn't the Bills be in the market of some gamble? Shouldn't you buy some scratch-off tickets? You've got such a good foundation and a good, deep team. I'd be willing to do the scratch-off ticket. I'd also be willing to pay for the big investment in a Von player again. Or it could be a receiver next year. It can be I don't know what else it would be. Offensive line is set. You're not going to pay big money for a tight end. You've got tight ends. Your quarterback's set. Your running back conversation on James Cook is right there if they want to pay big for him. I don't know that they will. So they've spent on defense. I feel like they'll gamble again on defense. If Bosa doesn't work out this time next year, maybe they're after Trey Hendrickson if he is a UFA. And he'd be 32. So I know they play the same position. I know injury is there in both of their cases. High profile, great player at the top of their game. Yes, that compares, but it does not strike me that the Bosa signing is of the same kind of, the same category as the Von signing. One was the biggest guy on the market, and arguably, when's the next time the Bills will spend $120 million in free agency on one guy? When will that happen? And it's a good bet for the bet board. I'll run that by Joe. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Open Championship is running. Scotty Scheffler out there, -2 right now. He's on the 11th hole. Scheffler is 2 back of the lead. One thing about the Open Championship, it's really good for it's vest season. Rainy, a little windy, a little cold. You're getting good vests. Scotty's wearing a vest, long sleeves, vest, muted colors. This is not the tournament where you get your golf. Well, I shouldn't say that. Jason Day's wearing something interesting today. But something happened to Rahm on the course just a minute ago I wanted to get to. Because for you golfers out there, we've got our little things we steal from the pros and rules that we maybe fudge a little bit. I hope everyone's familiar with the gallery rule. You hit a ball, it doesn't go out of play, it goes in the rough, you can't find it. You kind of all agree, just put one down, don't take a penalty. If there were a gallery here, they'd point to where your ball is. The gallery rule. So something happened to Rahm a minute ago, and we've never talked about this on the air. What is the ruling when this happens to you? And Joe had a story about this as well. So Rahm's hitting, and apparently something happens during his swing.
Once find the left rough. Really? Whistling, right? Great time. Whistling. Not impressed with somebody behind him. Finds the right rough.
He says, whistling, really great time. Somebody whistled in his backswing, and he hit the ball in the rough. Now, there's nothing that anybody does about that. The golfer gets mad. There's no, you're going to get a re-hit. Joe was telling a story off the air, I think. playing the other day, maybe playing in his club's tournament, that somebody fired a firework in his backswing or whatever. When you guys play, if something happens during a backswing, somebody blares a car horn because you're by a road, somebody talks, something, the cart backfires, you guys have any sort of you get to hit it again? Because I've never known anybody to do that.
Not a hit it again, really. I will blame it on that, but then I'll go play the shot.
Haven't you offered somebody the chance? I'm sorry, I was talking. If you want to take another, you've offered that.
Always.
I've done that before. Yeah.
What percentage of golfers take that?
I don't know that I've ever
1%
on that.
Yeah, like maybe 2% of people.
Yeah,
I've seen people like almost like when they're in their backswing and they're swinging, they get startled by something and almost fall over, and they're like, "No, I'll just go play it." And it's like,
Right.
Dude, you almost fell over. Go hit it again. No. I'll just go play it.
You can't. I don't think you can hit it again if you fell. If you fall, you fall.
Yeah, I know. I'm
talking about a distraction.
Right.
No. I'm saying like I saw someone like get startled by something.
Oh, okay.
Where they like kind of like jumped a
Like
little.
a air horn goes off and they fell.
Right.
Right.
Oh, you know what? I might want to give a ruling there.
Like
if a gunshot goes off at close range and you literally.
Yeah, you like jump a little bit.
I don't know why there's gunshots on this
there.
golf course in my head.
I was the third party there, and I was just like, dude, like hit the ball again. And he's like, no, I'll go play it. It's fine. And I'm like, okay.
Wasn't there a guy on like 18 this year in a PGA Tour event, like hitting a wedge on 18 to make the cut? And I think like an air horn for like weather went off as he went down. Is that right? And he got kind of screwed on that?
I think the thing that screwed him, though, was the shot doesn't count.
Right.
So, yeah, he's in his swing, and like it wasn't that it was distracting. It was that this shot doesn't count.
Right. And then, like, what do you do there? I guess you'd rather not have the shot count if the thing goes off in the middle of your backswing. But
unless the ball goes in the hole or something.
Right. That would
be unfortunate.
Yeah, it's very rare that I ever get anybody to take me up on any kind of...
Oh, sorry.
Redo that.
Sorry, I was talking.
Retroactive gimmies is another one of those where it's like...
That's tough. That is...
somebody misses a little too far.
You're going to give me that? Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, that was good, I guess. Nah.
Yeah.
Those can be tough.
I do subscribe to team no gimmies. I think I'd like to...
us,
I think I'd like to get in that in groups like that. Once you start to like, oh, that's good. Like,
Okay.
Because people give them, I say this myself as well, you give them hoping someone will give one to you.
Right.
And
that's gross.
It's a bad habit.
It feels gross.
It's a bad habit.
Yeah. We've talked, I mean, when you play with me and Bulldog, we very rarely, gimme's got to be within a foot for us, basically.
Yeah, anybody that does the length of the putter, like, that's nuts.
Yeah.
You have not seen,
come on.
if you're giving the length of the putter, I promise you have not seen me putt. Because I can miss from
right, or
inside.
You've never putt from there because all you've ever done is take those away.
Right. 803-0550, our phone number. Jerry Ostrowski, Big Jerry O coming up top of the hour. Talk a little Bills with him ahead of training camp. Talking lots about Vaughn today and his next stop, Washington, on to another competitor or contender. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us here on WGR. Brian Koziel on the Open Championship. You're talking about players trying to take it in. We saw Scheffler this week talk about golf and how it might be kind of somewhat unfulfilling to win. Here's Rory, who appears to be in some sort of personal, I don't know, he won the Masters and he seems miserable on some level, right? Like there's a little bit of a, I don't know, the soul of golf isn't having all that much fun. And I don't know if you have an explanation for that, but it kind of feels like that's where we are right now.
Yeah, we actually yesterday when I was doing the bet pick 10 with Mike and Chris, we were talking about it a little too. It's a sport where 150 or so guys go out and play and only one wins. So in some sense, they're like you're setting yourself up to maybe be disappointed every single time you go out and play. And I guess when you're at that level, what did Tiger always say about, I'm only here to win. I'm not here to finish second. I'm not here to do anything else. Like, how do you train your brain to understand that you are going into a tournament, and obviously maybe Scheffler and Tiger had a different odds, but in general, one out of 150 here, like, a less than 1% chance of maybe being happy at the end of this week. Like, how do you deal with that mentally? And I give golfers and tennis players credit. You're going into these events where, again, it's 1 of 100, and like there's only going to be one winner at the end. It's not team sports. Somebody's going to win every game, and it's either one or the other. And when you're playing 82 games a season, like in hockey, or 100 and whatever in baseball, like you're gonna, even the best teams lose 60 times. But the golfers, obviously, for the most part, seemingly have a bigger challenge. Yeah, Scheffler, that conversation this week about saying it's enjoyable for about 2 minutes, and then he's kind of worrying about what's next in his life and all that sort of stuff. I mean, interesting perspective. I would think that maybe as he steps away from it more, or as time goes on, that he'll appreciate it more. But it's got to be also too some of the things in the moment. Like, there's so many commitments when you're a winner that maybe it feels at times like it can be a hassle when you want to maybe just sit back and enjoy it. Yeah. So I guess I get a little bit of what he's saying, but. I guess add it to the long list of things that are mentally challenging about this sport. That you and I play it for fun as amateurs, and we have our good days and our bad days, and it's still sometimes like I have to sometimes out on the golf course be like, Brian, don't be so hard on yourself. Like, literally, the only and it's a good ego check, I think, for all of us. Like, Brian, the only one who really cares about what the score is you. So if you don't let it bother you, then it's okay.
And as we approach this Bills camp, we're 6 days away from the first practice. It really feels like it's just cool as a cucumber for everybody around here. I also want to say that Bills fans have, when it comes to camp and the regular season and the big things to watch, such a calm level of, hey, everything's going to be just fine, no matter what. In Josh, we trust, right? I know there are a bunch of pieces to the defense, and Bosa and Ogunjobi and Hoyt all have their issues when they can actually contribute. And now I've got this Sanders thing. I think that'll be done. And now I've got Landon Jackson on PUP, and whatever, it'll be fine. You got month plus, 2 months till the season starts. And then once I'm there, we're waiting until January anyway. We're waiting to see what this team looks like at the end of the season, not necessarily at the beginning of the season. We've kind of seen it all. We've seen them have a slow start where they're 6-6 and fire a coordinator and win 5 in a row and go to the playoffs. We've seen them dominate start to finish. We've seen them win the division in November, basically. We've seen them cruise. And it feels like it's another season that's kind of set up like that, which, there's some teams out there that are going to be locked in and breathlessly watching every single thing. For Bills fans, I think it's kind of, all right, let's see how it goes. Is Bosa healthy? Is Hairston going to win a starting job? These biggest questions at camp, a lot of the potential biggest questions kind of got put to bed. The biggest one might have been James Cook, and I don't hear a lot on that front. He showed up to mandatory minicamp, so why wouldn't I expect him to show up to training camp and participate and be a part of it? I guess it could happen that he's not participating 100%. But the whole thing is kind of, here we go. Fire it up. Let's watch Josh Allen throw some sweet touchdown passes and see if he can put up monster numbers and everybody eats. Go win 12 games. Go win, 15. Good morning. Is it raining yet? It looks like cloudy here in Amherst, at least. Jeremy and Joe. Joe's off today and tomorrow. Back on Monday. the Open Championship. See a flash of lightning just now? No? I don't know. Might have been a camera or something on the screen. Who knows? I don't know what the TV in here does. You had to turn it on for me, Josh, and I thank you for that. I had a very quick thing I was going to get to. What was it? It was... what was it? And tell me what I had. I had something I was... but you don't know either. Struggling. Anyway, we'll figure it out. Jerry Ostrowski, Big Jerry joining us top of the hour. Deion Dawkins and Spencer Brown both found their way to Brandon Thorne's top 5 tackles. I know what it was. Perfect. Sorry, just did click over a tab. So, New Era and Josh Allen. Josh Allen is now he's been given ownership stake in New Era and is a partner, right? Director of Billustration. They had a funny video they put out for Josh as he has a partnership with New Era. He's going to wear custom hats going into games. In part designed with kids at Children's Hospital, and then those hats are going to be auctioned off after the game to raise money for the Patricia Allen Fund, as I understand it. The Easter egg in the video is there's a red helmet on the desk. So the question is that another sign that in 5 days we find out the Bills' helmet, their new alternate helmet, is going to be a red helmet? Part of me wants to say it has to be a red helmet because if it isn't, people will freak out. They are convinced that it's going to be a red helmet. The one thing about this helmet in the video, it's not a helmet. I mean, it is. It's the Bills phone? Who had the Bills phone? Here's a show. What's the stupidest phone you ever had? I had a friend who had a phone in high school. It was like a Free Willy phone. It was a whale. You picked up. You guys are probably too young to even know what handset phones even are.
Oh no!
Yeah,
I know what a handset phone is. Yeah,
where it's plugged in.
My grandma had one.
For your grandma.
Actually, no, my parents had one too.
Okay, because this is the Bills phone. There's a handset in the top of the red helmet, and did New Era put that there because they know one, the helmet's going to be red, and this is a cool little Easter egg. 2. If we put the red helmet in this, more people will retweet this than normally would or post this on Instagram. 3, hey, we got the old Bills phone. Wouldn't that be cool to put on Josh's desk? A lot going on. A lot of potential. We should have that phone in here. Instead of this phone, this should be a Bills phone, right? Shouldn't we have that? Shouldn't we have a studio that has goofy gadget stuff like the Whammy Weenie? And we should ask people to send us stuff. And all I've got is the wide receiver big board, which I just had made, and there's no names on it. So, I don't know. What else can we put in here? I'm going to up these Just Call Jed Studios decorations. We got a whiteboard. We got a bet board.
We got to put Gene back up. He's been knocked down. His legs are cut off.
Gene Steratore in here. The cutout of Gene Steratore. We could. Oh man, we got another whiteboard. What you see in here? What is in these studios, if you ever get a tour in here, are all the dumb gimmicks that I have come up with that have failed. Really. There's an artist rendering of the tank on a piece of paper in the studio in there with a drawing of Connor McDavid and Justin Bailey, and it's dumb. I just looked over here. There's another whiteboard. What does it say on this whiteboard? Operation 10 straight. That was last year when I told you the best way for the Sabres to make the playoffs was to literally have a 10-game win streak. Don't talk to me about how many points they got. They got to win 10 straight.
I've pulled down your illustration.
The artist rendering.
We've got Connor McDavid, Sam Reinhart, Zemgus Girgensons, Drew Stafford.
Yep, he was the KG vet.
Yep, KG grizzled vet.
Yep,
Rasmus Ristolainen,
of course,
and Alonso, the legend grows.
Kiko Alonso is going to become. He's going to be an NFL player because he was a legend.
Wow, and then also some guy named Pargo. I made him up.
Yep.
I also see re-elect Bulldog 2020 on the boards.
In that rendering, Bulldog was going to become the mayor. Re-elect Bulldog 2020.
Goalie TBD.
Yeah. Everything in here is just my stupid ideas. We got to do something about this place. Maybe have a good idea. No, I'll work on it. Jerry Ostrowski, Big Jerry O, joins us on the other side. We'll talk a little bit about this Bills offensive line. And that is one of the next big decisions. Get his thoughts on this. Connor McGovern, Osiris Torrens. I mean, they got tackles. The Bills' tackles are as good as any pair in the league. And what happens from here? I saw Alec Anderson yesterday. He was out at the 716 Day at the BFLO store signing autographs. So I'll talk to Jerry about Alec Anderson as well and, what the Bills have built here with their offensive line as we get ready for training camp. So he's coming up on the other side, 803-0550 if you want to join us here on WGR. And as we approach this Bills camp, we're 6 days away from the first practice. It really feels like it's just cool as a cucumber for everybody around here. I almost want to say that Bills fans have, when it comes to camp and the regular season and the big things to watch, such a calm level of, hey, everything's going to be just fine, no matter what. In Josh, we trust, right? I know there are a bunch of pieces to the defense, and Bosa and Ogunjobi and Hoyt all have their issues when they can actually contribute. And now I've got this Sanders thing. I think that'll be done. And now I've got Landon Jackson on PUP, and whatever, it'll be fine. You got month plus, 2 months till the season starts. And then once I'm there, we're waiting until January anyway. We're waiting to see what this team looks like at the end of the season, not necessarily at the beginning of the season. We've kind of seen it all. We've seen them have a slow start where they're 6-6 and fire a coordinator and win 5 in a row and go to the playoffs. We've seen them dominate start to finish. We've seen them win the division in November, basically. We've seen them cruise. And it feels like it's another season that's kind of set up like that, which, there's some teams out there that are going to be locked in and breathlessly watching every single thing. For Bills fans, I think it's kind of, all right, let's see how it goes. Is Bosa healthy? Is Hairston going to win a starting job? These biggest questions at camp, a lot of the potential biggest questions kind of got put to bed. The biggest one might have been James Cook, and I don't hear a lot on that front. He showed up to mandatory minicamp, so why wouldn't I expect him to show up to training camp and participate and be a part of it? I guess it could happen that he's not participating 100%. But the whole thing is kind of, here we go. Fire it up. Let's watch Josh Allen throw some sweet touchdown passes and see if he can put up monster numbers and everybody eats. Go win 12 games. Go win, 15? But the whole thing is kind of, here we go. Fire it up. Let's watch Josh Allen throw some sweet touchdown passes and see if he can put up monster numbers and everybody eats. Go win 12 games. Go win, 15? What's the number everybody's ready to sign up for? 14? The schedule looks great. It's a high mark season send off with a couple of tough games. All their tough games on paper right now. All their tough games are from home, or at home rather. So everything's set up. I guess this is the year that we start talking one seed again right off the jump. I don't know how often we've done that. Last year they lose 2 games early on, and it kind of put them in a chase position. It's Baltimore and Houston. They lose those 2 games. There'd have been doubts about them a little bit, how good they could be because of all the transition. Not many people around here thought they'd be bad, but we thought there might be some rocky parts, and there were. And the 1 seed race last year was a chase the whole way, and the Chiefs were pretty much out in front the whole time. They were undefeated until they played the Bills, and that kept the race alive, and then the Bills lost almost immediately afterwards, and the race was kind of over. We hoped it could stay close, but it didn't. And this year, I guess that's the best we've got, is the 1 seed race and how important that is, which years past, I've felt like not that important. I know that's kind of counterintuitive. I know that bye is important, but road teams win all the time in the playoffs. It's not like it used to be, so I wouldn't worry so much. But when you're at the starting position and everybody's in the same starting blocks, and there's a first round bye on the line, and only one team gets that seems significant. That said, what did Detroit do with it last year? They went out and lost their first playoff game. They got bounced, which is that would be a shocking kind of result for any 1 seed. So if you have a thought on the 1 seed, you have a thought on, camp and your general comfort with the season, give me a ring, 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550.
Good morning. The NHL schedule was released yesterday. The Sabres will open up the 2025-26 season on home ice against the New York Rangers on October 9th. To read more on the Sabres schedule, check out Paul Hamilton's article on our website, WGR550.com. Also yesterday, the Sabres signed forward Jake Leschyshyn to a 1-year contract. A former Buffalo Bill has found a new home in the NFL. Von Miller signed last night with the Washington Commanders on a 1-year deal. He appeared in 13 games for the Bills last year and totaled 6 sacks in that time. The San Francisco 49ers signed 43rd overall pick Alfred Collins to his rookie contract last night. He signed for $10.3 million with $9 million guaranteed, roughly 88% of that contract. He now becomes only the 3rd player from the 2nd round to sign their rookie deal. Jaden Higgins and Carson Schlesinger were the other 2 players. They signed fully guaranteed contracts earlier this offseason that created a stalemate between NFL teams and 2nd-round rookies looking for similar deals. However, ESPN's Adam Schefter believes this stalemate will come to an end with Collins signing and could trigger a chain reaction of multiple new contracts. The Open is underway at Royal Portrush in Northern Ireland this morning. Jacob Skov Olesen and Hao Tung Ling are currently in the lead at 4 under. Both have finished the first round. Big group that's teed off so far today: Shane Lowry, Scotty Scheffler, and Colin Morikawa. Lowry and Scheffler are both 1 under through 11, and Morikawa is 2 over through 11. Teeing off in just about an hour, Rory McIlroy, Justin Thomas, and Tommy Fleetwood. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
When you watch Deion Dawkins play, you just have to know that nobody is better than Deion Dawkins in his mind. Jared Verse comes at him, chop. You give him hands to chop, he's going to chop them, and he's going to sit on you. Like, he is going to do everything he can to break your sword, to break your will. That's how Deion Dawkins is wired. Deion Dawkins took his split. He's out here in space right here. He's just looking. If Jared Verse wants to get his hands on him, Dawkins is going to knock him off. and then he's going to drill him right into the ground. And then he might sit on him, or he might go hit him again. Like, it's never over. That's how Dawkins plays the game. That's how he's always going to play the game. That's why you want him on your offensive line.
It's Brian Baldinger waiting to see Deion Dawkins in the NFL's top 100 players. We'll see if we do. The top 100 that the NFL's putting out, they're doing 2 players a day. So I think what's happened is the NFL's own top 100 has been scooped by a million other lists. Jeremy Fowler putting out another set of positions today, or another position today, top 10 corners ranked by executives, coaches, GMs, all that. No sign of Christian Benford. 29 corners are named. Christian Benford's name does not come up. Taron Johnson gets a mention, though. Anyway, I think the NFL's top 100, that's the one I like the most. It tells us what the players think, and it has been, to my eye, like just buried by everyone else's lists. But we'll see if Dawkins makes it. Joining us on the Western Hotline is our friend Jerry Ostrowski, who is, of course, always talking Bills and always up for a conversation on the offensive line. He'll join me later today on the Bill Squad Show on YouTube. Jerry, good morning.
What's going on, J-Dub?
How are you?
I'm good, man. I'm just, I'll tell you what, I'm just sitting here watching the British Open on one screen, looking at Bill's information on the other screen. I have to tell a funny story. I'm sitting here, and my wife goes, "What are you doing?" I said, "Oh, I'm getting ready to go on with Jeremy." She goes, "You are not going on a podcast without a shirt on." I'm like, I'm doing the radio, babe. This is radio magic, so all's good.
Yeah, now that we started streaming this show on YouTube, I've got to wear a shirt every day, which is different for us here in the radio studio. Jerry, we played that clip coming in, Brian Baldinger talking about Deion Dawkins. If there's one thing I know you love to talk about, I mean, line play, of course, but Dawkins is one of your dogs, right? Like, you love Deion. Right. And that clip from Baldinger, I like what was the phrase he used? He'll break your sword. Talk to us about what that really means, like what Dawkins does that breaks a player, like Jared Verse breaks his sword.
Well, you got these guys now that are using long arm techniques in the pass rush and all that, and doing different things. And Dawkins uses what his version of the snatch trap technique is the ice pick. You watch Spencer Brown; he's using a version of it. Heck, Osiris Torrance is now using a version of it as well. But you're going to get a defensive lineman's going to get hands on them, and they think they're in proper and a good position. And next thing you know, Deion has broke you down, and you're on the ground in a couple of seconds. And he's gotten the ability now to beat what has been the most problematic move for a lot of tackles, which is the teaching of this long arm technique. He's done a wonderful job with it. And then the thing about it is he doesn't just beat it. He destroys it, and then he punishes you for trying to do it, which is, to me, one of the coolest things I've seen in quite some time.
Over the course of his career, Jerry, like when you saw Dawkins come in, how much has he developed in terms of this exact skill set you're talking about? How much has developed over time? Sometimes we talk about quarterbacks and it's, the light goes on or this or that, or, players fit into a scheme better. How much has Dawkins changed from day one to today?
Oh, he's changed quite a bit. I mean, Deion's a guy that has the one thing he can't coach. He's 6'4", he's 330 pounds, he's massive, he's got 35-inch arms, and he's a heck of an athlete. And, he came in, he has those things you can't teach, and then you go ahead and you start developing them. And the thing about Deion is there's guys that like to play, and there's guys that like to, be successful. Then there's guys that like to dominate and assert themselves in their will, and he's always had that. He's got that competitive edge. He's an amazing competitor. And so those types of guys are dudes that want to learn. They want to take in as much as they can. Then you add an Aaron Cromer to the mix, who we all know is one of the most regarded O-line coaches in the league, and he just takes them to the next level. But a big part of offensive line play as far as development is, the 10,000 rep thing is really, really true at that position. It's one of the more boring positions to watch. I mean, we do the same thing pretty much every day. We take the same steps, we do the same blocking techniques over and over and over again until they're ingrained. So, there's practice, but then you got to be able to do that stuff off the field and work and those types of things. And Deion has that, and, it means something to him, and you can see it in the way he plays.
Yeah. Jerry Ostrowski, I saw he was ranked the third best tackle by Brandon Thorne, who's, we're getting a little, the NFL content season, it's list season, but we've got offensive lineman love, and Brandon Thorne's one of these accounts that really focuses in on this, and he had his top 5 tackles, put him only behind, was it Tristan Wirfs, and was he third or fourth? He was...
No, Deion was third. So
fourth.
He put him behind.
He put him fourth behind Trent Williams, Tristan Wirfs, and Rashawn Slater, but fourth.
Yeah. And see, I think Trent Williams is probably to me anyway, is the comparison to Deion. That's like he's just another even more dominant version of Deion. To me, Deion and Trent Williams are very similar.
Yeah. How about like the style of play? Because one of the things about this list, this top 5 left tackles list that has Williams at number 1, he's 37. Like, is it normal, do you think, for the kind of skill set to last a long time? I mean, do you see some tackles and say the way that guy plays, he won't make it, versus the way that this guy plays, he will? I mean, Jason Peters played forever. Does Dawkins strike you as a guy that's got a lot of years left?
I do. I think he's a guy that has a lot of years left. He doesn't take. Deion's not an O lineman that takes a ton of abuse. He's not a. It's kind of hard to describe. I mean, there's O linemen, like I considered myself one of those O linemen that took a lot of abuse. I mean, I was a stick my face in there, grind guy, trying to play physical all the time and all that. Deion has the athletic ability, and he did have a interview recently where he says he looks at himself as a finesse tackle, and I'm like, okay, and we made a joke about that, but it's true. Like, he can avoid physicality when he wants to. He can win with his feet and his athleticism as well as his physical style of play, where some of us just have to be physical all the time. You look at these guys like a Jackie Slater or Trent Williams at 37 still playing at a high level, and it goes back to my old thing. It just shows the guys that play that long, to me, are dudes that were unbelievably talented early in their careers, because a guy like Trent Williams, who's starting to have some injury issues with his ankles, but he's been relatively healthy. Trent Williams is so talented that 75% Trent Williams is better than 95% of the rest of the league. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So the guys that are super, the elites, can play longer because as their skill sets diminish with age, they're still better than most everybody else in the league. They're just freaks.
Yeah.
And, Trent's one of those guys. But I could see Deion playing a long time. He stays relatively healthy. The style of play he has, he's able to win with his feet and his physicality. I think he'll be around for a while, honestly.
On to the other side, Brandon Thorne's offensive lineman rankings. He put Spencer Brown as the third best right tackle in the league. So the Bills have number 4 on the left and number 3 on the right, behind only Lane Johnson and Penei Sewell, which is a pretty big nod for Spencer Brown. Like, I've been waiting to see if he was going to make the top 100 for the NFL. I don't think he will, but number 3 overall for Brandon Thorne. Spencer Brown, another one who, I don't know, Jerry, 2 years ago maybe, we wondered if this guy was going to put it together. There's a back injury, and the Bills extend him early, and, man, they got a deal because Brown really has become a fully finished product.
I think the biggest thing what he says about Spencer Brown, and if you're an O-line junkie, I mean, I've got a lot of respect for Brandon Thorne. He does his work. He researches. He watches a ton of film. He's connected. And he's actually ranked the top 15 at every position in the league, and every Bills player has made his top 15. But the interesting thing about Brown is, he calls him on paper the most athletic tackle in league history. And, he had to develop confidence. He had to develop technique. And, technique unlocks what you have physically. We got through the back issues, so he's healthy. And when you're healthy, you can, you play pain-free. That's a big deal. And then all of a sudden he was able to unlock those physical gifts he has through his technique. And you've seen that. I mean, his technique is impeccable. His drive catch phase in the pass rush is really, really good. It's Lane Johnson-like. They're very similar. Lane and Spencer, if you want to call Spencer Brown a cheap version of Lane Johnson, that's fine. They're very, very similar. They play a lot of the same ways. I think Spencer, though, is probably even more physical than Lane Johnson is. He's also developed that snatch that snatch trap technique as well. But, yeah, I mean, I think the medical staff did a great job with him, got him through his back injuries, which was able to get him in the weight room, those things, and then unlock those physical gifts. If he stays healthy, he's another guy that I could see playing for quite some time.
Jerry Ostrowski joining us on the Western Hotline. The next part of the line question, Jerry, is what the Bills decide to do. Connor McGovern, Osiris Torrance. I mean, these are two guys playing at a high level as well. And to figure out which guy is going to stay, because they're both probably due some big contracts. Do you have a choice, one over the other, when we ultimately get to that conversation?
Well, if you go ahead and put me to the fire and you say I have to choose one over the other, I'd probably take Osiris Torrance over Connor McGovern. I just think the upside is that much greater for Torrance. I mean, let's look at Torrance. I mean, he's 6'5". I mean, he's a huge guard, 6'5", 350. He's got a big wingspan. He's an anchor guy, like Deion and Spencer. He's very good with his snatch trap technique, gets leverage and all those different things. You know, I think that he's still, and we talk about it on here, he still has some issues with some speed guys inside, especially in pass rush and sometimes right off the snap in the run game. It takes him a little bit to get out of the stance sometimes. He has some speed issues, but I think those will get cleaned up. He's got the tools and the size to be elite, and you look at him, he's going into his fourth year in the league, and he's established himself as one of the best guards in the league. I think that his upside's tremendous. You know, McGovern's on the center list. He's the last ranked center on the list. Connor's an interesting guy. He does a really good job. He plays high. He's kind of a high leverage guy. He reminds me a lot of, that's how Kent Hull used to play. He was a high leverage guy. He's not overly, unlike Dawkins and Torrance and Brown, he doesn't quite have the anchor ability that those guys do, so he tries to win quick with his hands to stop power and those types of things. We're splitting hairs here. I'd love to keep both. I think both are good players. But if I had to choose one over the other, I'd probably take Torrance, just the fact of his age and the fact of his ceiling. I think he can even be better than he is already.
Jerry O talking offensive line with us as we're 6 days away from the start of Bill's training camp or first practice. Jerry, I saw Alec Anderson yesterday. He was out at an event at the BFLL store for 716 Day, and it struck me, I've never talked to you about him and the role he plays in this offense. They got him to a new contract, and as the sixth offensive lineman, the Bills ran that more than anybody in the league, and Alec Anderson became a household name. I was impressed. You'd be happy. I think Bills fans would be pretty proud to see how many people showed out to see Alec Anderson get a signing. What do you make of him? How have you liked his game as he's become a feature in this Bills offense?
I think Alec is an interesting prospect. I think he's kind of followed that same lineage as David Edwards did before he came into the starting role at left guard. David Edwards also on Brandon Thorne's list of one of the top left guards ranked in the top 15. If we do let David Edwards go, which I think the consensus feels like they will, I think Alec has a really good chance of stepping in and taking over that left guard spot. I think that's what they're developing him to do. Even though he's playing that tight end or that jumbo spot, it still snaps on the field. He's getting experience. He's involved. I mean, he's an awesome swing. He's an awesome swing guy on the inside. He can play center. He can play both guards. So, one thing that this Bills team has done, I think, very well is they found a way to develop guys that are not starters and get them ready to take starting roles if somebody in front of them moves on. I think he'll get the first chance. He's another guy that plays physical. He likes to mix it up. I like that. I think that your offensive line sets the tone. It's, as a group, we've always pride ourselves on being servant leaders, and he's one of those types of dudes. You always see him if another teammate, somebody pushes somebody, he's over there in the middle of it, helping guys up off the ground. I think he's a tremendous prospect. I think it'd be awesome to see how he does, and if he can take that spot if David Edwards doesn't come back.
Jerry Ostrowski on the Worcester Hotline. You got a pick for the British Open, the Open Championship here? I know you and I are big golf guys. Who are you rooting for here?
Well, I always root for Scotty, man. I like Scotty. he's not playing too badly right now. I thought I don't know how I always mess up his pronunciation. Aberg or however.
Oberg, yeah, Ludwig Oberg.
Oberg.
Yeah.
I thought that he has a chance here, but I'll tell you, this is an interesting golf course. If you're a junkie like we are, and I watch a ton of YouTube golf, there's a series out there with the Bryan brothers and Grant Horvat called Major Cut, and they actually got to play the course last week, a week before the Open, and you get a really intimate view of Royal Portbush and just what type of golf course it is. And it's not easy. I mean, it's definitely a tough course, but I like, I always cheer for Scotty. Hopefully Scotty gets it done, but I'm sure there's some other guys that have a chance and will play well. But I like those two, Oberg, and I like Scheffler.
All right, very good. Scotty, I think, is now 1 under. He's like, I've seen him bounce a little bit up and down, which you don't often see from Scheffler. He doesn't get a lot of bogeys out there. He's been at 2, back to 1, then back to 2, then back to 1. So we'll see. Jacob Skov Olesen. And that's who's leading. Matthew Fitzpatrick is 1 stroke off, so he's up near the top as well. Jerry Ostrowski on the Western Hotline.
Nobody's running away with it right now.
No, not yet. You can find Jerry, of course, on the Overreaction Buffalo podcast, the Overreaction Sports Network, and on the Locked On Bills channel as well. He does the Bill Squad show with me and Joe Marino on Mondays and Thursdays. Jerry, we'll talk in a little bit. Thanks again.
All right, buddy. We'll see you later, Jeremy.
All right, Jerry Ostrowski on the offensive line. Hearing Jerry rave about Dawkins, it's great. Calls him one of his favorite players in the league, and nice to see Dawkins getting that recognition, like that level of love. I'm unreasonably upset about the NFL Top 100, the NFL players list, being beaten out by every other list and just buried in all the lists because they did 2 players at a time. Jeremy Fowler, though, how about this? So the top 10 corners, 29 corners named. Christian Benford did not get mentioned. Now, for Fowler here, the top 10, he's asking personnel people. He's asking people, tell us who's good, right? He's talking, voters gave us their 10 best players. Then compile the results, rank candidates based on number of top 10 votes, composite average, dozens of interviews, he says. Research, film study from Matt Bowen. More than 70 voters submitted a ballot on at least one position. So I don't know that the sample size is huge on how many top 10 corners, how many did you list? 70 people. Did all 70 do their top 10 corners, or was it 6 people that did top 10 corners? But anyway, it's kind of jarring. Benford not named. Taron Johnson got named. Benford not named. The Ravens, by comparison, here's a point for you. Top 10 quarterbacks, Allen's on the list. Top 10, did the Bills make any other appearances on this list? Did James Cook get named to this list? Because the Ravens have 6 players to have made the top 10. I think they might lead the league in players to have been named to Jeremy Fowler's top 10. James Cook comes in at number 8. Okay, so Cook and Allen, and let me find the offensive tackles here, because for the Ravens to have 6, that's impressive. Wirfs, Sewell, Johnson, Williams. Again, it's ranking season. What are you going to do? Dawkins came in at number 8, so the Bills have 3 guys, and Spencer Brown did get a mention on that list. When we get back, I had someone write in about someone honking or blowing a whistle or yelling in your backswing, and the resulting conversation, we have to have a talk. We have to have a talk about what happened on this swing and what happened as a result. So we'll get you that, get you the update from the Open Championship as well. Jeremy and Joe, no Joe today. You can hang out 803-0550 here on WGR. Brian Koziel on the Open Championship. You're talking about players trying to take it in. We saw Scheffler this week talk about golf and how it might be kind of somewhat unfulfilling to win. Here's Rory, who appears to be in some sort of personal I don't know. He won the Masters, and he seems miserable on some level, right? Like there's a little bit of a, I don't know, the soul of golf isn't having all that much fun. And I don't know if you have an explanation for that, but it kind of feels like that's where we are right now.
Yeah, we actually, yesterday, when I was doing the Bet Pick 10 with Mike and Chris, we were talking about it a little too. It's a sport where 150 or so guys go out and play, and only one wins. So in some sense, they're like, you're setting yourself up to maybe be disappointed every single time you go out and play. And, I guess when you're at that level, what did Tiger always say about, I'm only here to win. I'm not here to finish second. I'm not here to do anything else. Like, how do you train your brain to understand that you are going into a tournament? And, obviously maybe Scheffler and Tiger had a different odds, but in general, one out of 150, you're like, a less than 1% chance of maybe being happy at the end of this week. Like, how do you deal with that mentally? And I give golfers and, tennis players credit. You're going into these events where, again, it's 1 of 100, and like there's only going to be one winner at the end. It's not team sports. Somebody's going to win every game, and it's either one or the other. And when you're playing 82 games a season, like in hockey, or 100 and whatever in baseball, like you're gonna, even the best teams lose 60 times. But the golfers, obviously, for the most part, seemingly have a bigger challenge. Yeah, Scheffler, that conversation this week about saying it's enjoyable for about 2 minutes, and then he's kind of worrying about what's next in his life and all that sort of stuff. I mean, interesting perspective. I would think that maybe as he steps away from it more, or as time goes on, that he'll appreciate it more. But it's got to be also too some of the things in the moment. Like, there's so many commitments when you're a winner that maybe it feels at times like it can be a hassle when you want to maybe just sit back and enjoy it. Yeah. So I guess I get a little bit of what he's saying, but. I guess add it to the long list of things that are mentally challenging about this sport. That you and I play it for fun as amateurs, and we have our good days and our bad days, and it's still sometimes like I have to sometimes out on the golf course be like, Brian, don't be so hard on yourself. Like, literally, the only and it's a good ego check, I think, for all of us. Like, Brian, the only one who really cares about what the score is you. So if you don't let it bother you, then it's okay.
Jerry, we played that clip coming in. Brian Baldinger talking about Deion Dawkins. If there's one thing I know you love to talk about, I mean, line play, of course, but Dawkins is one of your dogs, right? Like, you love Deion. Right. And that clip from Baldinger, I like what was the phrase he used? He'll break your sword. Talk to us about what that really means. Like, what Dawkins does that breaks a player, like Jared Verse breaks his sword.
Well, you got these guys now that are using long arm techniques in the pass rush and all that, and doing different things. And Dawkins uses what his version of the snatch trap technique is the ice pick. You watch Spencer Brown; he's using a version of it. Heck, Osiris Torrance is now using a version of it as well. But you're going to get a defensive lineman is going to get hands on them, and they think they're in proper and a good position. And next thing you know, Deion has broke you down, and you're on the ground in a couple of seconds. And he's gotten the ability now to beat what has been the most problematic move for a lot of tackles, which is the teaching of this long arm technique. He's done a wonderful job with it. And then the thing about it is he doesn't just beat it, he destroys it, and then he punishes you for trying to do it, which is, to me, one of the coolest things I've seen in quite some time.
The viral internet clip of the day. Have you seen it? The big thing happening online. There's a Coldplay concert. Owen, have you seen this yet? Josh, you seen this yet? Yeah. So
it's tough.
It's kind of like maybe you've been at a game, maybe not. This doesn't happen that much where they put people on the kiss cam. And people do not want to be on camera for this. So it's a Coldplay concert. Where is this? I haven't seen where it is.
Ooh, good question.
Doesn't really matter. But there's a big Jumbotron, kind of. There's got a big circular screen. And the camera goes to this couple, and there's a man and a woman. They're kind of hugging and rocking and whatever. They're canoodling, if I could use canoodling.
Good use.
Yeah, right? Canoodling during the concert. And as soon as they hit the Jumbotron, the woman puts her hands on her face and turns away, and the man ducks out of the picture, and it becomes very clear that they did not want to be seen together on camera.
I've not seen this yet. That's tough.
Sure. And immediately speculation like, well, there's a couple reasons you might not want to be seen like that. And this is the internet. The two have been identified as a CEO and a head of HR for a company. So, like, I don't know. That. All I'm saying is that's the thing that's happening on the internet today. The big thing that's happening on the internet today.
Yeah, it couldn't, and they couldn't have made it look any more suspicious. The way that they both react when that.
Well, this is, again, if it's in your hometown, people are going to see you.
Right.
The thing that's different about it is if people had just seen them, people would see them. The reaction that they got is what is going to put it on the internet and make every person with an internet connection is going to see them.
Exactly.
It's the Streisand effect. It's the act of attempting to deny something actually brings more attention to the thing that happened. So, oh, what? Let me check. Anyway. Concerts. All right, so asked a question earlier in the show, and it was about golf. What do you do with your friends if you're taking a swing and somebody, the air horn goes off, or somebody whistles, or somebody talks? Like, you may have offered, hey, I'm sorry, I was talking, I sneezed during your backswing. You can take another hit, take another swing. And I got a tweet here from Eric. Eric writes in a personal story on the golf course. I was playing golf with two others. One was new to golf. On my forward swing on a par 3, the new golfer yelled out loud, and I shanked it left. They insisted I take another swing. Despite my objections, so I did. I then hit my only hole-in-one. What's the proper response to that?
Oh.
The proper response is you don't have a hole-in-one.
Right.
You have a par.
Yeah, right?
Technically.
Listen, I don't want to be... You don't have a hole-in-one.
It's so sad.
Right?
I feel so sad right now.
Whenever that happens to me, this is not about somebody yelling. If I'm on a par 3 and I put my first shot in the water or in the woods and I tee up again, as soon as I hit that shot that's going to be for a par, if it's going towards the hole, I get terrified. I think, do not go in.
So scary.
I'll tell you right now, for the rest of my life, I do not want that ball to go in on my second shot because it's going to look like a hole-in-one, and it's just a hole out. It's a par. I don't want that shot going in, ever. I will, golfers, you yell at the ball all the time. We're all idiots. Like, get down, be right. And for me, it's get out of there. I will do not
away from it. Yeah.
Do not go in. I cannot waste the best shot of my life on saving a par. I do not want this.
Yeah.
So Eric, I'm sorry, man. I don't think you have a hole-in-one.
Oh. You hate to see it. You really do. It hurts my heart. What a nightmare. I can't get over this.
Yeah, it's tough.
Oh.
803-0550 here. Jeremy and Joe. No Joe today. The Open Championship at Royal Portrush is underway. I do think this is one of the more... Listen, it's green. right? Last week in Scotland, it was brown. That was a brown course. Looked like they didn't water it. This place looks nice.
I really like the look of this place.
I think it looks nice.
I watched, hilariously, Jerry O mentioned the Major Cut series with Grant Horvat. I watched their video.
Playing this course?
And it's beautiful. I really like the look of it. I like the look of the golf over there most of the time anyways. I kind of like the change up to the sort of a gray or browner landscape, and just the stylistic difference is really interesting to watch to me. And this course looks pretty awesome. I really like the look of the long fescue, and they've got those like flowers in the rough near the drop zones by the grandstands. It's a good looking tournament in my opinion.
803-0550. I agree. I think it looks good. Hatton's wearing a bit of a stylistic shirt. You don't see a lot of that. I was going to say, one of the things I like about this, it makes me feel like it's fall. This looks like fall golf, and I love a good fall golf round. Lou in Fredonia. Hey, Lou. Lou, good morning.
Hey, good morning. You guys earlier in the show were talking about Von Miller's time here. Now that it's officially wrapped up, he signed onward elsewhere. And there's one event that doesn't get brought up very often, and how it influenced the team, and it's his suspension. And I want to talk about it from a different perspective. It seemed pretty clear that Stefan Diggs, as his time progressed here, was really focusing on his brand. And everything I'm going to say here is conjecture on my part. Trust me.
Okay. All right.
It seemed very clear that he wanted to be in a larger market, wanted to be a bigger star, thought he was at the peak of his career, and really was going down that path. Right. And then he did this commercial for Progressive with who? Von Miller. And that commercial was all over the place. It was Steph's really big first step into being a nationally marketed brand. November of 2023, I believe, if I've got the dates right, November of 23, the allegations come up against Von Miller. That commercial gets pulled, never to be seen again. And then in the spring, April of 24, Stefan Diggs is gone. And I have to believe that Steph had a real problem with how that went down for him and his brand. And it never really was talked about here, and there were certainly other things to focus on when it came to Stefan Diggs. But I just think that I could see that being his last straw, because he thought he finally had an opportunity to become a bigger star while still being in Buffalo, and then the rug got pulled out from under him because of Von Miller's suspension.
All right, Lou. Thank you for the phone call. I think that is a top 10 leap it's a leap. I don't know if you're right or wrong. Like you said, it's all conjecture. Respectfully, I think that's one of the largest leaps I've ever heard. And the idea of somebody working on their brand. Who's got the biggest brand on the Bills right now? Josh Allen's everywhere. Josh Allen is selling sleep supplements. Josh Allen's selling potato chips. Josh Allen's selling, he's golfing on YouTube all the time. I don't have any problem with anybody wanting to have a personal brand and the idea. First off, I'd never seen this commercial. I actually Googled it. So you're right. There was a commercial. I guess it got pulled before I ever saw it. I think that is an astronomical leap. Olympian high jump leap. Pole vault level leap. That was the beginning of the end. But I don't know. Thanks for the phone call either way. It's a theory. And we all have theories. I'm trying to think of one of my craziest theories. I've got them. Anyway, 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Top of the hour, Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Zach and Derek coming up. Brian Harmon out there for birdie right now. He's a slow player, right? Isn't Harmon really notoriously slow? What does it mean to be put on the clock? So every once in a while they talk about being put on the clock. You're warned you're playing too slow. It happened last week to the guy that won last week. He's put on the clock. Oh, now he knows he's on the clock. You can also ask for an extension when you're on the clock sometimes as a golfer. It's one of these rules. I feel like sometimes they just say it. What are you going to do? Ding them strokes? You're +2 now. Anyway, Extendo Sports coming up. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. I need the pick of the week from Riverfront Auto Sales. Pick of the week by Riverfront, a bold and rare 2004 Chevy SSR regular cab. Retro styling, V8 power. This head turner won't last long. Visit riverfrontautosales.com today. Visit Riverfront today at 1379 Niagara Street or call 886-1626 and get to Riverfront, where the deals drive themselves. The pick of the week from Riverfront Auto Sales. So I was, during the break, on Twitter, and Kyle Porter, who is a great golf writer that I like, he has a newsletter. You subscribe. And one of these guys, went off on his own, is doing a great job. It's called Normal Sport, and he's just such a great golf writer, Kyle Porter. And he tweeted, "Is Sergio? I need Sergio to be involved this week. Absolutely need it." And I thought, all right. And as I slowly look from my laptop up to the television screen, I start to say the words to you, Josh. Sergio, huh? Is he dressed like an F1 pit crew member? And sure enough, there it is. Yes. The red shirt, the red hat. It's impossible for him to not, to me, look like he's on a Ferrari pit crew playing golf.
Now that you say that, I can see it.
He wears
clear
the
as day.
Fireballers GC shirt and hat, and he is on a pit crew. It's never not, to me, a pit crew. Sometimes he's like fully red pants too, but
didn't he wear that at the Masters?
Yes,
fully red.
Yeah, you gotta wear your live stuff. Here's Bryson. What's his team's name? The Bombers or something?
I think
Crushers.
Crushers.
Yeah. This team stuff. It's just brutal.
It's so bad.
It's
the
really
logos
bad.
are all so bad.
Yeah.
It's all a disaster.
Bryson finds the light rough on his first tee shot. He's never done too well at the British.
I think he's going to miss the cut this week.
Yeah?
That's my prediction. I don't think he's going to be able to handle the rain or the linksy style. I think he's going to blow up.
His top finish at the Open is 8th.
That's not, I mean.
It's not that bad.
Fine.
Yep.
He missed the cut at Oakmont, didn't he? I think that's right.
Yeah, he did.
We'll see.
There's quite a few of these live golf teams. I didn't realize how many
yard
there were.
goats and the.
Yeah, aren't there like 6 of them?
There are 10, 11. I'm still scrolling. Like this is crazy. There's Torque GC, Stinger GC,
Torque GC.
Yeah.
What is that even?
Ripper GC.
And they've got some of them are like region based, like Perez and Rahm have the Fireballers, and they're sort of a Spanish team. But then you've got other teams like Bryson's that are just a miscellaneous group of guys.
The high flyers are like the old American guys,
right? With
like Phil Mickelson's in there. I don't know who these other guys are, but they just all look old.
Makes sense for Phil.
All right. Quickly before the break, Steve in Texas. Hey, Steve.
Hey, guys. Back to the golf talk there for a little bit. I was curious about what you guys do for hitting multiple balls off the first tee. We do usually 2 off 1, but
breakfast ball.
Kind of unsaid. Yeah, you pick which one you want, though. You don't have to take the second one. And a lot of people are. You kind of have to play that second ball when you hit it. You don't have the option to go back to the first one.
Thanks, Steve. So Joe and I played this week on Tuesday, and it wasn't exactly a high-stakes match, but we played, and he took a breakfast ball on 1 and played the second. And I did not take a breakfast ball on 1, but I have sometimes endorsed the breakfast ball idea. I feel it should be USGA regulation that if you do not hit the driving range, you get a breakfast ball. If the course doesn't have a range or the range is not open, you should by law, that's right, law, well, USGA rules, you should get a breakfast ball. I can't even warm up. This is literally my warm-up. Where am I going to warm up? The range is closed. All right, well, then I get 1. I
think 1's appropriate.
All these guys hit the range. The range is open for them.
Yeah.
My friends and I, we do like these matches every once in a while when we can all get together, and every single one we do a breakfast ball. Like it's just a common courtesy thing. But especially if there's no range.
His question that Steve brings up, if you hit a second, do you have to play the second? What if the second is worse?
Well, see, we do it where you hit your first and, oh, man, that was really bad, or it's out of bounds or whatever. I'm going to take my breakfast ball. But if you like your first shot, we can just...
What if it's just in the woods and you think, I'd like another one, and then the second one's out of bounds?
Oh, that's a good point.
Like, do you have to play the second one?
I feel like
I don't think
need
we've
to
ever
play the second
I
ball.
think you need to play the second one.
I don't think we've ever had that situation, though. Like, in all of the times of the three of us playing, we've all, like, either the first or second goes in play, and we play one of them.
Yeah.
So that's an interesting thing.
What do you make of the breakfast ball unused on the first tee and, like, busting that out on 7?
No, breakfast ball is only for T1.
Hold on. I do think, while breakfast balls, if you've all hit the range, you shouldn't have one. If you still are going to have one, I don't like that you use one on number 1. I don't get to stash that for at least number 2. Kind of a brunch ball.
Maybe on 2, maybe on the first par 3
Why
or
do
something.
you get a free mulligan and I don't get one just because you used yours first?
That's a fair point. That's the only counter argument to me hating the breakfast ball anywhere other than
I also
1 tee.
tend to think if you're going to play a real match, and this is very important, if you're going to play a real match or you're going to play one where you are going to claim a score and like what you shot today, you definitely cannot use one. So sometimes I'll be starting a round like you and I will play on a Saturday,
right?
And if I hit a bad shot on one, I'm like, well, I'm going to really play this round, so I'm going to hit that. I'm going to play that no matter what.
Exactly.
But if we're just like, I'm not going to keep score today, which sometimes I'm just not in the mood, or I'm just, I don't know. Usually I stop keeping score when it gets bad, like 8 holes in. Today's going to be a day. This was just, a friendly round.
Typically at Delaware, the first 2 par 3s, 2 and 3, will decide whether I'm taking score that day.
It's a 2 and 3. You got to get through 2 and 3 alive. Once you get through 2 and 3, you're okay.
You go double on 2-3 on par 3s, and your day is over.
Yep, that's right. All right, we're back tomorrow. Chris Trapasso will join us for 2 hours. He's going to be in studio from 8 to 10. Our buddy Chris, you hear him all the time on One Bills Live, hear him in the afternoon. You'll hear him tomorrow in the morning here. We'll talk a lot of Bills training camp stuff. Thanks to everybody that listened, called, texted, tweeted, all that good stuff. Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show coming up here on WGR.